now, ladies and gentlemen, let's now enjoy the current big names and big countries in European speed skating. European Speed Skating Championships 2025, Sprint and Allround. Two tournaments. After this weekend, we will have 4 new...
A look inside Heerenveen as opening ceremonies on day 2 of competition at the ISU European Speed Skating Championships come to an end. On the first day of competition at the European Championships, the home fans at Tialf were treated to a real home team display. Dutch women dominating the top 3 spots after day 1 of the sprint tournament and the top 2 spots on the men's side. Competition wraps up today on the sprints, and the all-rounders enter the fray as their competition just gets underway. Hello everybody, Gavin Day here back in the booth, excited to be calling more speed skating from Tialf and Heerenveen as the best in Europe go toe-to-toe. You saw a brief glimpse of the calendar there off the top of the broadcast. It all starts with the second day of action in the men's and women's 500 meters. And we get to see the all-rounders for the first time. It will be the 500 meters for them as well. And then the sprinters get one last foray out onto the ice in the 1,000 meters women and men's sprint. And then the all-rounds finish with the distance portion on day 1. So a long day to come. Hopefully an enjoyable one as well. And I say hopefully, there's almost no doubt that it will be an enjoyable one for those of us here getting to watch. Shots of the athletes coming into the storied home. There's Jutta Leerdam, the leader after day 1 in the women's sprint competition. There is the current men's leader as well, Jenning de Bo. Put up a couple of records, European Championship records, in 500 and 1,000 meters on day 1. Inside, of course, climate-controlled comfort. No worry about dealing with the elements. But we do know that the fans will be making their own elements there, and it's one of the most awe-inspiring feelings in speed skating. Skating up against, or with, really, that home crowd at Tialf in Heerenveen. Women's sprint 500 meters, number 2. We'll get things going in just a few minutes. We'll be back there to guide you through on a busy day of action. Look at the standings on day 1. Dutch 1, 2, and 3. Polish skaters 4th and 5th. Kaya Ziomek Nogal with pretty good return to action this year. There were 19 skaters on the start list yesterday. We, of course, had one withdrawal, and so now we're down to 18. Start list, and it looks like we do have a further withdrawal. Just trying to do the math in my head. One more. Anyway, for the second day in a row, Karina Yaktuyan will be off on her own in the first pair, and then all getting down to the end. Those are the last two in particular. Femke Kok, Kaya Ziomek Nogal, Jutta Leerdam, and Suzanne Schulting will be really battling for the podium spots. Of course, this just sets up the 1,000 meters later on, which will decide the standings, the podium. A sea of orange, but there is some other pan-European flavor mixed in there as well. Yesterday, looking out the crowd, you could see some Norwegian fans, some Finnish fans, and then, of course, the warm Dutch support really does cheer for everyone who takes to the ice in these hallowed halls.
Ready.
Yaktuyan yesterday, 16th after day one. That was out of 16. Her 500-meter time yesterday, 39.66. That put her in 15th place. I think she ran about 11 seconds in the opening 100 meters, so maybe just a shade below that compared to yesterday. The fans, they might not be Norwegian fans in the crowd, but they know when someone needs a hand all the way to the line, and it's when a skater is all by her lonesome. Karina Yaktuyan will set the time to beat. She will go 39.69. So a few hundredths off her pace yesterday. You see that classification time. That's her two 500-meter times, as well as her 1,000-meter time divided by 2 to get her current point standings. That's how it's all scored. So the lower the points, the better you're doing. Good shot there. Suzanne Schulting and Jutta Leerdam. Georgia Aiello and Marlon Esselunds. Aiello absolutely smashed her 1,000-meter personal best yesterday. Sitting in 12th right now.
To the start. Ready.
Esselunds sitting in 15th. She had the 16th fastest 500-meter time, 39.92. Aiello drew down a 39.48. As I mentioned, Aiello has been putting up some good results at the Neo Seniors level, then just went out and put a big dent in her own 1,000-meter personal best. The youngster from Italy, peaking for a certain event, perhaps, that takes place on her home ice. Next year, a little over a year from now, the countdown is very much on, and it will be Aiello going with a 39.34, knocking out 35 hundredths of a second. That beat her time from yesterday, and if I am not mistaken, that is a new personal best for her as well. She put up her own personal best yesterday in the 500 meters, 39.48. And today, Georgia Aiello, 39.34. So already, not a bad weekend's work for a young skater on that Italian side. And you see there, pair number 3, Leah Sophie Schulz. And Fran Van Houten.
Go to the start. Ready.
I think I might be able to call that one. It looked like Van Houten to my eyes. Let's see what the camera shows as well.
False starts, outer lane, you're moving. Go to the start.
Just a little bit of a move there. So Van Houten now living life on the edge a little bit.
Ready.
I thought I did see it too, and it took a few strides this time. And the hood comes off, Leia Sophie Scholes.
False start, inner lane, disqualified.
There you go. No second chances after the one false start, and Leia Sophie Scholes, I think she knew it. She put the hood right off, and
Go to the start.
that's just the one chance. Just that little bit of move and a kick out, she knew. Such is the nature of the sport. We move on. Van Houten on her own now. Van Houten has only been skating senior international since December of 2023, so anytime you can skate an event with this kind of crowd, you will embrace. And she goes under by about a quarter of a second in the opening 100 meters, 10.81. Her time yesterday, Fran Van Houten, was 39.14. And she's into the inner lane. Her time yesterday put her in 11th place after the first 500 meters. And let's see if she maintains that speed. She does, stays green, 39.27 for the 21-year-old. And I'm just trying to see, not quite to her personal best just yet, but a good skate for Van Houten. She'll see one of her teammates in the fourth pair. The Dutch-born Isabel van Elst and Iga Wojtaszek. That's it.
Go to the start. Ready.
Well, now wondering if there's going to be a little twitch every time. My eyes might have deceived me, but they're really held long down there. It feels like they're being held long for the gun, but of course each starter is different. Yesterday, Wojtaszek 12th in the 500, 13th in the 1,000 for Van Elst. She found her better result in the 1,000, picking up the 6th fastest time after going 9th in the 500. Wojtaszek has the chance to get into that inner lane this time around. Wojtaszek, 39.15 yesterday. She's leading this one around. She's in first coming out of the turn in the dash to the line, and is the skater from Poland just off by 1/100th of a second. Van Elst about a quarter of a second down. You see the updated standings. Van Elst time enough to move her atop the leaderboard. Wojtaszek has her in third place right now. So couple different results to watch for. A reminder of that, there is the time for the event itself. And then in the bottom right corner of your screen, you see the cumulative time, how that adds to their overall sprint standing total. So Van Elst atop the leaderboard for the moment, with about 4 pairs still to go. And Sofia Thorup Prosvernova of Denmark, former short track skater. That edition of the graphic where it says what time they need to hit to go atop the leaderboard right now. Perger, Serena Perger of Italy.
Go to the start.
If she gets close to her time yesterday, she would be the new leader.
Ready.
Thorup Prosvernova, 7th in the 500 yesterday. Perger was 8th. These scares just a matter of a few hundredths of a second between them. And Perger with the good opener, but Thorup Prosvernova had a pretty good 1,000 meters, so we know there's the endurance, but nice. Perhaps a bit of a draft for Perger to close down. She gets the inside lane, gets the hand down, keeps her balance, stays up, leads down the final stretch, the final strides. Serena Perger of Italy eyeing the top of the leaderboard and goes to first place. But it only gets her into 3rd in the overall. Thorup Prosvernova goes 2nd right now in the 500, but 1st overall. Both of the skaters in the green for this 500 meters. You always wonder when you see something like that. Now, how much time did that cost her? Didn't seem to lose a ton of speed in the corner, but you always want to carry as much speed as you can through those turns. 3 pairs still to go, and these are the real cream of the crop right now. The top of the leaderboard. Julie Nistad Samsonsen, the Norwegian sprint champion.
Go to the start.
She is up against Karolina Bosiek, who is in 5th after the first day of competition.
Ready.
Samsonsen was down in 10th, was in 10th in the 500, 10th in the 1,000. And Bosiek had a better 1,000 meters, jumping up with the 4th fastest time there. Both of the skaters here in the red. Bosiek 11 seconds flat, Samsonsen a 10.99, dropping a couple of tenths of a second in the opening 100 meters. Let's see what type of lap they can put together. Samsonsen trying to close up on the inner lane. In red, it is Bosiek still in front. Samsonsen trying to close, but it will be Karolina Bosiek taking the pair, and she goes with the 3rd fastest time, but that's good enough to move her atop the leaderboard. Samsonsen 6th. If I'm not mistaken, if the other 2 pairs both go ahead of Samsonsen's time, that would be another 10th place result for Julie Nistad Samsonsen. So Bosiek now atop the leaderboard, but now it is the moment. Femke Kok, listen to the roar for her. One of the good stories, Kaya Ziomek-Nogal, one of the good stories of the World Cup season. A gold medal in Beijing right before the holiday break. Polish veteran.
Go to the start. Ready.
Koch really did not show too many ill effects. She's missed most of the season, has not had much race time. But she took the 500 meters yesterday, and she's in the green right now. But Ziomek Nogał a little bit faster. Ziomek Nogał, of course, coming back after taking some time away, having a daughter. She's got the mom power in the ice now. Ziomek Nogał, Femke Koch side by side. Who's going to take this one to the line? The last strides. It's Koch who takes it. 37.53. 37.65 for Ziomek Nogał. We'll just see how that compares to yesterday. Koch yesterday did a 37.58. And Ziomek Nogał did a 37.92. So Ziomek Nogał certainly faster. And Koch knocked a few hundredths of a second off her time. She has, if we look at how she is after day one, she had to close 19 hundredths of a second on the woman in the inner lane here, Jutta Leerdam. Won the 1,000 meters yesterday. As I just said, almost a 0.2 of a second lead on Femke Koch coming into day two. And then on the outer, Susanne Schulting. Always big question in my mind, will she be joining her short track mates, the now known as Dutch Lions on the World Tour, as the Netherlands plays host to them next month. But we're focused on the here and the now.
Ready.
And there's a false start. It feels like it's a long hold. And I think it might have been Susanne Schulting. Just adds to the tension and the drama, doesn't it? The red flag means the red armband.
False starts, outer lane, you're moving.
But of course,
Go
both of them now,
to the start.
Zero margin for error.
Ready.
This time, they are cleanly away. Leerdam's time yesterday, a 37.77. Schulting put into a 37.82, and I think they were in the same pair together. Look at that, to the hundredth of a second. 10.62, 8 hundredths of a second off of Femke Koch's time. Leerdam takes those long, long strides. But she goes into the outer lane. Schulting with work to do. Coming up the inside. Maybe a bit of a form break. Standing up a little bit. Right now it is Schulting in the lead. Leerdam trying to close it. Schulting, Leerdam. It's a tie. 37.96. Oh my. Wow. Head to head, toe to toe, however which way you look at it. What a race between these two teammates and rivals. But just doing the quick math, they tied for third. And so it wasn't quite the Dutch sweep. We'll see if they go to the thousandths of a second. They both have them down as third place. But that means Femke Koch with a 37.53. Times do get adjusted sometimes. We'll see what we can tell here. Schulting was reaching first and, well, yeah, to the thousandth of a second. 37.960. Literally nothing separating them. So, tie for third. What does that mean? Well, Femke Kok wins the second 500 meters in a row here in Heerenveen, 37.53. Kaya Ziomek-Nogal with a 37.65 in second. And then it's a tie for third, both of them with a 37.96. And so I believe that puts Femke Kok back atop the leaderboard. Indeed, that is the case. And she has, heading into 1,000 meters number 2, there is the result from this race, the second 500 meters. But heading into that decisive final 1,000 meters, she has 48 hundredths of a second to work with. So almost half a second over Jutta Leerdam. And so, as I've mentioned before, that 1,000 meter time, you take the time, you divide it by 2, and that gets you your point total. So really all to play for in the final 1,000 meters. Schulting sitting in third still at the moment. There is the classification. Femke Kok with, as I just said, 48 hundredths of a second. Schulting 1.7 seconds adrift, and then it's the two Polish skaters again, Kaya Ziomek-Nogal and Karolina Bosiek, rounding out the top 5. So really maybe down to 2 skaters for the European Sprint Championship. They'll be back out soon. After the men's 500 meter sprint, and then the all-rounders will get their chance as well. And then we'll see these women going for the 1,000 meter championship. We now jump over to the men's sprint competition. There are the standings after day number 1. Jenning de Bo, Marijn Seperkamp 1 and 2. What a day it was for Jenning de Bo yesterday, throwing down a couple European Championship records. A look at the start lists, of course. The seeded skaters really coming in late, and wouldn't you know it, Jenning de Bo and Marijn Seperkamp skate together. Teammates, rivals in that last pair. Damian Zurek in the penultimate pair. Zurek is sitting in third place right now, but Tim Prins of the Netherlands made a good jump up the standings. A good 1,000 meters yesterday to sit right behind in the standings. First pair, Robbie Balin
go to the start
of Belgium and Jonas Valge of Estonia.
Ready.
And another false start. seen a few today. Outer lane, red armband. That would be Volga. And from Talon, pretty sizable jump there. But now both of them essentially issued the warning. It's quite the ominous music, isn't it?
Ball start out the lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
This time, they are away cleanly, maybe taking that extra few hundredths of a second reaction just to make sure you start safely. Balin with the faster opener. See the expression on his face in that opening 100 meters, scrapping for every bit of ice. Balin was 18th in the 500 meters yesterday. Valga was 19th. But it is Valga up the inside. A very even pair, these two. Who's going to take the first pair? It looks like Balin might have the advantage, and indeed he takes the first pair. 36.52, 36.66. Balin goes a little bit slower than yesterday by just over half a second. Valga a little bit slower by a few hundredths, or tenths of a second, rather. So Balin was 18th yesterday in both the 500 and the 1,000. He was in at 17th after day one. And Tuukka Suomalainen of Finland and Ignaz Gschwendtner of Austria in the second pair.
Go to the start. Ready.
Suomalainen yesterday a 35.76. Gschwendtner a 35.95. So it could be a pretty even pair in the offing. It's Gschwendtner with the faster opening. And he has about a half a second on the previous heat. Both of the skaters in the green for the first 100 meters. Gschwendtner now has a chance to chase, maybe get a bit of a draft down that back stretch as he tucks into the inner lane, and down goes Suomalainen. Seems to be okay. It's Gschwendtner on his own right now, the skater from Innsbruck, bringing it to the line, 35.96, and so more than half a second. Suomalainen a wave to the crowd. Never want to see them fall, but when they do fall, it's always nice to see they're okay. Let's see what happened. Just that left skate. Lost contact with the ice right there. I'm not sure if the boot might have gotten some of the ice, taking some of the grip away from the blade, but anyway, Gschwendtner goes fastest for the moment. Sitting in at 19th after day one. He had the 17th fastest 500 meter time. Third pair already on the ice, already being announced. Moritz Klein of Germany and Francesco Betti of the Italian speed skating Bettis.
Go to the start. Ready.
course, you look at the Milan Olympics coming up next year, and good stories, and it could be the Betti family. Francesco here on the oval, his sister Chiara, one of the leaders on that Italian Gladiators short track team. Has had a lot of success in the women's relay, but we're watching here right now. It is Moritz Klein out in front. Betti had a better result in the 1,000 meters yesterday, trying to keep contact. But right now, it is the skater from Germany, Moritz Klein, going 36.08, 36.53 for Betti. And so both the skaters just a little bit off their times from yesterday, but it's just that little bit more fatigue in their legs. Haven't seen a lot of skaters bettering their 500-meter time, and yeah, some battle damage before Suomalainen. Nice to see he is fine though. All Norwegian battle coming up. Henry Ruka and Paul Myron Christensen. We were sitting after day one. Ruka 13th overall. Myron Christensen 15th overall. Healthy contingent
to the start.
of the Norge supporters.
Ready.
Ball starts here. They two are cleanly away. Ruka had the 12th fastest 500-meter time. Christensen had the 10th fastest 500-meter time yesterday. Christensen last year, when it was a single distance European Championships, he was 11th in the 500 meters. And so an all Norwegian battle, all red amid the sea of orange. And it's a very even pair actually coming down to the line. And it is Christensen taking it. Both skaters go green. The two fastest times now in the 500 meters and two fastest overall times. 35.39 and 35.52. Both of them a little bit slower than their times yesterday. Of course, Norway, it'll be the home of the season ender, the World Championships in Hamar. At the you'll excuse my pronunciation, the Vikingspit. That's my attempt. The home of the 94 Lillehammer Olympic speed skating. Great memories there of Johan Olaf Koss. Anyway, that's where the World Championships are at the end of the year. Up next, Neil Joop, the young Spanish skater, and David Bosa, the Italian veteran.
Ready.
And Bosa, who has World Cup medals in the 1,000 meters, put up the 10th fastest time in both the 500 and the 1,000 yesterday. It's Joop with the faster opening. 9.97, Bosa a 10.05. Of course, every skater has their different training plans, tapering their performance and all that to a particular event. So some athletes might be using this to build for events to come. There is, of course, still the World Cup season. Bosa really pushing, but it is Joop taking it, 35.39. That's a tie for the lead, but he is listed as second, so it must be going down to the thousandths of a second. Bosa, 35.46. That's enough to move him atop the overall leaderboard. Of course, Heerenveen gets the concluding World Cup stop of the season. That comes up on the weekend that overlaps the end of February and the start of March. Pair number 6, Matthias Voste of Belgium and Bjorn Magnussen of Norway. World Cup speed skating gets going back later on this month in Calgary from January 24th to 26th as the North American swing happens. It's followed up the following weekend in Milwaukee.
Go to the start.
Magnussen sitting in 9th after the first day. Voste 10th.
Ready.
Like flag back there means the inner lane, and so Voste.
Start outgoing. Go to the start. Ready.
This time they are away cleanly. Voste found his success really yesterday in the 1,000, putting up the 8th fastest time, and he lost his stride there. Not sure what happened, but Magnussen is in the green after 100 meters. Voste has to try to regain some speed. He's already building up speed. There is an issue there looking down, and that just saps a lot of it. If it was off the first stride, it maybe wouldn't have cost him, but that sapped quite a bit out of them. It's Magnussen who will take this one going away, and he stays green, 35.02, 36.04 for Voste, so neither of them matching their times from yesterday, but Magnussen, yeah, there's the little issue there. I wonder how much speed that cost him. So Magnussen winning fastest time. He had the 5th fastest 500 meter yesterday. And 4 more pairs to go. And it's Marek Kania of Poland and Hendrik Dombeck of Germany on the other lane.
Number 6 of our current rankings is Hendrik Dombeck.
Go to the start. Ready.
Cleanly away after day 1, Dombeck. He put up the 8th fastest 500 meter time to go at 35 seconds. And Kania had the 7th fastest, 34.90, so 10th of a second between them. Dombeck closing things up. This is going to create an interesting finish between the two. It is still Kania in front. Dombeck trying to close it. Marek Kania will take the pair, and he goes fastest, 34.91. And he's fastest overall. Dombeck to 35.24. He goes second fastest for the moment. Fastest time. Oddly enough, just 1/100th of a second off his time yesterday. So, Mr. Consistency there, Marek Kania. Two new leaders for the moment anyway, but look who's next. Martin Leaves of Estonia and Tim Prinz sitting in 4th overall for the moment, but his strength yesterday was the 1,000.
Go to the start. Ready.
21-year-old Prinz. Bronze in the 1,000 in last year's European Championship. So this is the event that he just wants to keep close. And to maybe make an attack on the podium in the 1,000 meters. It is Martin Lees, who has also been talked about as someone who could get onto the podium. Did not have that kind of day yesterday, sitting in 7th overall. A man who trains at Heerenveen. And they are side by side, Prinz and Lees. The final strides to the line. It's going to be another tie. 34-85. Lees takes it. I think he won. They did not do the automatic 1 and 1. There is 1 and 2, so I think he won by the 1,000th of a second. Now it's changed. They both have number 1 next to their name. So let's see how the 1,000th goes. Either way, Prinz is now atop the overall leaderboard. Leave in second. There it is. 34-8-5-0. Both of them at the same time. Great pairing done today. Of course, they have to done to keep in mind of who had an inner, who had an outer lane, but they've all been pretty even. It's an all Polish pair. Piotr Mikowski going up against Damian Zurek, medalist at the World Single Distances in Calgary at the end of last season. Pretty good 500-meter
Go
skater.
to the start. Ready.
And another false start. I'm going to guess inner lane. Watch for the white armband. Great shot there. Just love that Saperkamp. Practicing his timing. He's seen a few false starts. Not a bad thing to do. I'm sure Yenning DeBow is doing the same thing, getting that timing down.
Or starting late, not stable.
Yeah,
Go
not
to the start.
stable.
Ready.
These two skaters, personal best times are only a few hundredths of a second apart. Yesterday, they were 14 hundredths of a second apart, and through the opening 100 meters, they're 2 hundredths of a second apart. It is Damian Zurek in front right now. They aren't chasing the fastest times at the moment. That might be a good draft down the back stretch. It is Zurek leading the way. Mikowski chasing him. Let's see how they line up. He goes 5th fastest, 35.18. And a 35.45 for Mikowski. So 5th and 9th in the distance. 3rd and 6th overall. So that creates an interesting scenario where we could very well be in position to have the Dutch men sit 1, 2, 3 after this race. One more pair still to come. Let's just let them let us know who they are.
Go to the start. Ready.
DeBow yesterday at 34.47, one of the fastest times ever skated on this ice in Tialf. And was also read it was a European Championship record, both of them in the green. Saperkamp with the slightly faster opening 100 meters, but it's just by a margin of a few hundredths of a second. It's Saperkamp for the moment. Here comes Yenning DeBow, a slight little wobble. They are side by side coming out of the turn. Is it Saperkamp? It's DeBow. It's Yenning DeBow who takes it. 34.39. He goes even faster than yesterday. By almost half a second, he is the fastest in 500 meters, number 2. Yenning DeBow. Can we say European champion elect yet? Well, he's in pole position for it anyway. Dutch sprinting present and future. The 20-year-old. 34.39. Should just note Japan's Tatsuya Shinama, 34.07 is the track record. And nice to see the congratulations. Saperkamp going, yeah, nice job, man. So after the readjustment of the leaderboard, as you can expect, those two men remain 1 and 2. Zurek slipping a little bit, finishing 7th in 500 meters, number 2. Martin Leave, 3rd, jumping up to 4th in the overall right now. So we'll see those standings in just a moment, but yeah. Look at that, Yenning DeBow, 34.39, adding another 19 hundredths of a second to his lead. Martin Leave getting up for 3rd, tying with Tim Prins to the very thousandth of a second. So not full red, white, and blue Dutch on that podium. Leave did jump up there to break things up just a little bit anyway. And so we'll see the graphic coming up. Here it is. Overall right now, look at that lead for Yenning DeBow. He has a 1.5 seconds to work with in the 1,000 meters. Saperkamp has over a second on Tim Prins. And Martin Leave, is there a chance for him to maybe jump onto the podium for Estonia? Demian Zurek slipping to 5th right now ahead of his teammate Marek Kania. So still a lot of battles to play for in the men's 1,000 meters. But the sprint thoroughbreds do get a bit of a break. Coming up more 500 meters, but they're not for skaters who you might think of as sprinters. It's the all-round competition getting going in just under 20 minutes time. So you see the ice resurfacers out on the ice. We'll catch a quick pause wherever you may be around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink. And I'll be back with you on the other side.
ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championship Sprint, second 500 meters women. In a shared third place with a time of 37.96, representing the Netherlands, Jutta Leerdam and Suzanne Schulting. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, the Director of Staatsloterij. And in second place, with a time of 37.65, representing Poland, Kaja Ziomek-Nogal. And in first place and winner with a time of 37.53, representing the Netherlands, die op laat je horen voor Femke Kok. And give them one more, a big applause, our top three of this second 500 meters. In third place, Jutta Leerdam, Suzanne Schulting. Second, Kaja Ziomek-Nogal. And winner, Femke Kok.
Sorry. I almost did an interview with us, but I had to miss Now, the most detail, give her a big applause for Kaja.
Zoals u weet zijn we bijna doorgaan met het
Flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championship Sprint, second 500 meter men. In a shared third place with a time of 34.85, representing Estonia and the Netherlands, Martin Lief and Tim Prins. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, the Director of Staatsloterij. And in second place, with a time of 34.58, representing the Netherlands, Marijn Scheperkamp. And in first place and winner in a new championship record of 34.39, representing the Netherlands, Tialf, laat je me horen voor Jenning de Bo! Give them one more big applause, our top three of this second 500 meters. Martin Lief, Tim Prince in third, second Marijn Schepenkamp. And the winner, Boom Boom, Jenning de Bo!
Even relaxen, even wat eten, even uitfietsen en dan ja, vrij snel weer de focus.
Heel goed, heel veel succes. Jan, applaus voor Marijn Schepenkamp.
Ja, dankjewel Linda. Wat zit dit mooi op je al die insights voor natuurlijk van midden in het ijs, midden op het middentrein. Dat is prachtig om te horen. Zo ben je nog beter helemaal in staat om je in te leven in die prachtig mooie atleten, die prachtig mooie schaatsen, die het beste uit zichzelf halen. Natuurlijk voor zichzelf, maar natuurlijk ook een klein beetje voor. Je kunt ook het beste uit jezelf halen met allemaal mooie prijzen, allemaal leuke activiteiten die onze partners en sponsoren helemaal hebben ingericht tijdens deze ISU EK Speed Championship. Ik zou zeggen, we gaan eens even kijken op de omloop bij mijn collega van Vossen. Volgens mij heb jij iets heel bijzonders daar. Waar sta je precies?
Ja, dat is heel goed. Eigenlijk sta ik in deze area vandaan. Ik sta inderdaad op de omloop waar de mensen allemaal op de omloop binnenkomen. Daar is een van de sponsors. En straks namens de staatsloterij. Ongebreid sloterij. Alleen wij gaan nu even hier kijken wat er op de omloop te doen is bij de staatsloterij. Hier staat Mario.
Ja, een hele goede middag mensen, dames en heren, rondom het ijs. U heeft mij misschien al gezien, want inderdaad bij de ingang waar u binnen bent gekomen, staan wij van de staatsloterij. Trotse sponsor van TNL natuurlijk. En u kunt de prijs winnen.
Ja, ik zie allemaal weekendprijzen opdraaien. Hoe kunnen de mensen wat winnen oplopen?
Iedereen, als u nu ziet en hoort, kan mee. Met uw entreeticket kunt u scannen bij de scan- en wincel. En dan maakt u kans op bijvoorbeeld een staafhoed, een krasslot, een prachtige ijzeren muts of sjaal. Ja, u heeft eigenlijk alleen maar bij mij een QR-code of gegevenscode te komen scannen. En je ziet dat u de prijs heeft gewonnen. Nou, makkelijk toch?
Ja, makkelijk. Maar je hoeft er niks voor te doen. Iedereen die binnen is hier gewoon een toegangskaart heeft. Kan iedereen even langskomen op oplopen? Zeg even, dan zegt zo Mario, mag ik even scannen?
Ze zeggen gewoon, Mario, ik heb een entreeticket, mag ik scannen? En dan zeg ik, nou als u dat dan zegt, schaatswedstrijden spannend waren, dit is een stukje spannend.
Ik vind het allemaal zo leuk. Ik kom even naast je staan, Mario. We lopen nog even een klein stukje deze kant op. Want hier staan de scanners. Er staan ook al meteen mensen bij. Die staan ook even te scannen met een mobieltje. Dat kan ook, hè? Dat kan ook digitaal.
Het mag digitaal, het mag de uitgeprinte versie zijn. En u zag het, hè? Deze dame wint in een munt. Nou, het is toch waanzinnig. Je wil nou niet een munt.
Zeker. We moeten weer terug gaan naar de wedstrijd. Wij gaan nu even verder naar de maken ons hier uitstekend met de staatsloterij.
Luister, je doet er nou mee?
Ja, zeker. Tuurlijk.
Groetjes, hè? Doe het goed.
Ja, en jij doet ook goed verder nog maar heel speciaal. Jij bent ook
start.
Now we switch over to the all-round, where a lot of these skaters might be used to maybe the longer distances, and the 500 meters is not something they would likely do every day of the week, but that's what makes an all-round competition. You have to be pretty good at all of them. And you saw the start list. Of course, the women are up first again, as they were in the sprint competition.
You guys see the Ricky Ball?
There are 9 pairs. And it is just Josie Hoffman in the first one.
Go to the start. Ready.
Interesting beep that time, wasn't the gun. Anyway, Hoffman often skates in the B division on World Cups, a lot of distance events. She's from a little city near Leipzig in eastern Germany. And yeah, I wonder if they're taking a look at the light gun. Either way, Hoffman will set the time to beat. So in the all-around competition today, we have on the women's side a 500 meter and a 3,000 meter, and tomorrow, well, it's a day of pain, the 1,500 and then the 5,000, and Hoffman will set the time to beat 41.56 for lap time 29.91, and we'll see how that compares to some of the other skaters, because a lot of the skaters might be excelling at the longer distances. The 500 meters might be something of an equalizer. There you go. They tested the gun. That time I think we're good. Antoinette Wright-Madillon is the defending champion. She will go in pair number, let's just see, near the end, pair number 7. And Julia Nizon from France, and Maida Yash of Germany.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yash making her debut at the senior level this season. She was skating juniors last year, but has done some B group 1,000 meters. And Nizon, who's from the Morbihan region in northwestern France. Of course, France hosting now the 2030 Winter Olympics, and time to start maybe building a program to impress on home soil. And it is the youngster at the moment. It is Maida Yash, the 19-year-old, fresh out of junior. Could probably also still be skating some neo-seniors if she wanted to, but it is Yash who takes the pair. 41.94, 42.03 for Nizon. They go second and third, and what a thrill that must be for that young woman. Trying to get that smile off her face after skating in front of this, as always, remarkable crowd. Zuzana Kursova of Czechia flying the flag today. And on the other lane, Alice Marletti, 20-year-old from Italy. Another one who's coming to World Cup this season.
Ready.
No Sablikova here for the Czech team. So Zuzana Kursova flying the flag here. And 12:08, 11.90. So after 500 meters, a lot of these kids are probably only just getting up to speed. A lot of them tend to do more mass start, 1,500 meters, 3,000 meters. That's what makes this portion of an all-round competition so interesting. They're side by side coming down the stretch. And it is Kursova taking this one 42.80, Marletti 43.16. Yeah, personal best, but so I'll keep watching these because a lot of these skaters probably don't time themselves in 500 meters that often. So Nizel put up a personal best time by nearly 3/4 of a second. Marletti, her previous personal best was 43.31. Now it's 43.14. Well, this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Ragnar Wiklund. We know her prowess, her expertise in the distance events. And you just can't, you love the grin, don't you? She knows the cheer is coming. Miro Konine skating in front of home crowd, and now it's down to business for her.
Ready.
Konine returning this season after not really skating internationally last year. She does have a 4th so far this season in a 3,000 meters in Beijing. So Konine, I think this is the, okay, let's just get through this event. It is Wiklund off and away. Certainly one as spoken about as one of the favorites who could challenge the Dutch superior in the all-around competition. Konine, though, coming up the inside. She looks like she will take the pair. Miro Konine will clock the time. 39.85. Both of them well in excess of a second ahead of the previous fastest time. So Konine liking that one. Currently 1-2, it's Konine and Wiklund. Aurora Grinden Lövos going up against Veronika Andosova.
Go to the start.
24-year-old from Czechia.
Ready.
Always interesting to see how skaters develop and how the different paths they take to get to skating at the top level. Andosova, 24 years old, so she could be skating at the senior level. But last year she was more back at the neo-senior stage. It's her first top international senior competition of the season. Going up against Lövos. It is a regular on the World Cup circuit. It is Lövos from Norway going 40.68. Good for third. Andosova 41.26. And what's so fun to see is so many of these skaters across the line and they're just so happy to get the applause of the crowd, and those Dutch fans more than happy to return the favor, enjoying what they see. As I mentioned, the Netherlands, Heerenveen will host the final World Cup stop of the season. Veronika Luciani of Italy going up against Sandrine Tass. Woman we see quite often in the mass start on the World Cup circuit, the 29-year-old
Go to the start.
Veteran.
Ready.
Toss was actually 6th in the World Championships on this ice in Heerenveen in 2023 at the World Championships. And she's well off in front right now. That is Sandrine Tass from Ostend in Belgium. This is Luciani, and it's going to be an interesting crossover here. Everybody is through safely. I think she went over the top there, did Tass. Not something you often see in a 500-meter race. And it will be Sandrine Tass winning the pair. But where will her time place her? Second, 40.03. A very good skate by Sandrine Tass, just under 0.2 of a second off the pace, set by Meryl Konine. Tass's personal best in the 500 is a 38.66. That was set in Calgary, of course, known for having a little bit faster ice. Now let's just wait for an ovation here. The champ is here. Antoinette Wright-Medillon against Olga Pietrowska of Poland.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Wright-Medillon last season was kind of thrown in at one point into the team sprint, and the Dutch team started to find some success that she was being used in it more. And so when you think about it, to be the third skater in a team sprint, you have to have some pretty decent endurance. And so Wright-Medillon, if anyone could be seen as maybe one of the better sprinters in this all-around competition, I would say she is. She's leading the way around in this pair. A very, very successful international skater, the defending champion Antoinette Wright-Medillon. Does she go to the top? Yes, and how? 38.50. Pietrowska goes second with a 39.83. So Konine down to third. So Wright-Medillon is off and away. That's actually a personal best for Pietrowska anyway, by a couple hundredths of a second. And Wright-Medillon was just over a quarter second off her own personal best, but this is the one that gets them really warmed up. The 3,000 meters should see some separation start to develop later on. And again, Janine Rosner of Austria, and I'll let the home crowd let you know who's in the outer lane. She's used to it. A face of stone for Joy Buna, focused on what's to come.
Start. Ready.
So the youngster from Austria, still skating in juniors this season, has a couple of medals in gold medals in 1500s and 3000s. Does Janine Rosner, but all eyes on Joy Buna, who I'll be watching in the later distances as well. The 5,000 meter world champion We know her distance prowess, but it's Joy Buna winning the pair and going second behind her own teammate. A 39.31 for Buna, 39.99 for Russner. And so Dutch skaters 1 and 2 at the moment, and 4 at the moment. And might we see Dutch rivals going head-to-head throughout this entire competition. One pair still to go. It is Natalia Jabrzyk of Poland and Francesca Lollobrigida of Italy.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lollobrigida, of course, the name very familiar. Her grand aunt Gina, the actor, her cousin is actually Italy's current Minister of Agriculture. Anyway, we know Francesca for what she does on the ice, current Italian record holder in the 3 and 5,000 meters. She is trailing at the moment. Jabrzyk in the lead, but here comes Lollobrigida, another skater we often see doing mass start. It's Lollobrigida in front right now, but here comes Jabrzyk to make it close, and Jabrzyk does take it. 39.69, good for third, 1/100th of a second ahead of Lollobrigida. 39.70 will get her into fourth place for the moment. That is your leader after one event. One more move into their wheelhouse in the 1500. Will be up tomorrow, 3,000 meters later today. But yeah, the 3,000, I guess you could also say, is more a lot of these skaters' wheelhouse. And so after distance number 1, the 500 meters, Right Marion, Joy Buna, Olga Pietrovska 1, 2, and 3. Of course, that will mean their point as well, 38.5 for Right Marion. And Buna and Jabrzyk, Lollobrigida fourth by 1/100th of a second. I'd also say watch out for the likes of Ragnar Wiklund down there in 9th place right now. That event, this event, maybe not her favorite, is now in the books. And they'll turn things around in a few minutes here, and we will get the men's all-around competition underway. A few minutes from now. 10 pairs, 20 skaters. There you go, 38.5. And in the all-around, they compare it to the 3,000 meter time. And so in this case, 500 meters times 6. There you go. Means a 4.86 second lead there in the overall standings. So then when you see the 3,000 meters later today, it'll just be taken as is. If they calculate, don't worry, we'll get there. We'll all figure it out. But the men are out on the ice. We'll see them in a few minutes. Going to catch a quick pause, and then we'll be back for the men's 1,000. 500, pardon me. Where am I? men's all-around competition now getting underway. And you see a list of the pairs getting underway in just a few minutes, and an interesting pair in skate number 1. Kim Min-suk of Hungary now. Of course, many people remember him as multiple Olympic medal winner with South Korea, Korea Republic. Not anymore. He's made the switch now. And in the outer lane, one of the best mass start skaters in history, the defending world champion, Bart Swings of Belgium. And here they are, skating 500 meters. The joys of the all-round competition.
Ready.
Swings turns 34 next month. And Kim, who is he's an Olympic medalist in the 1500 2 times, and so if anyone might be a better 500-meter skater, it is him. But we expect Swings to probably start putting up some big points in the later distances. For the men today, that concludes with a 5,000 meters. Tomorrow they have a 1,500 and a 10,000 meters. But just notice the different turnover speeds, and Kim Min-suk goes fastest, 35.63, 37.38 for Bart Swings. Actually, hey now, Kim Min-suk, that's a new personal best in the 500 meters by about 0.4 of a second. Previous one at 36.04, now it's 35.63. So we are on the board at the new personal best time in the men's 500 meters. Battle of Germany and Belgium in the next heat. Fridtjof Petzold of Germany and Indra Medar of Belgium.
Go to the start. Ready.
Some of these skaters we don't see very often. A lot of them, when they race in the B group, we don't get a look at them as there's no broadcast of the World Cup B group. So we'll see how they're doing. It is Medar with the faster opening. Petzold really just getting up to speed now. It is Medar in front. Then from Zandvoorde in Belgium, very close to the Netherlands, and it is Medar to 36.52, a 38.33 for Fridtjof Petzold. Smiles for him, and that always means a different check-in. Yes, we have a new personal best for Medard. 36.52, that's down from 37.21, so the 26-year-old Belgian. Salute to a new personal best for him. Bogdan Brauer of Germany. And for Chris Heisinger, let's just soak that in.
Go to the start. Ready.
There's a false start. just the subtle of moves caught there. Chris Heisinger.
For start auto lane, not stable.
Not
Go to
stable.
the start. Ready.
Oh my. The gasps of the crowd. And you know what? I think he knows. I'll wait the official ruling, but you judge the body language.
False start auto lane disqualified. Go to the start.
Oh, you feel for him. In the crowd, Chris Heisinger, a man who skated at last year's World All-Around Championships. Well, he is out after the 500. And off on his own this time is Bogdan Brouwer. Really skating a lot on the Neo Seniors. That's why they skate juniors and Neo Seniors at the World Cup as they get them ready for World Cup. So not a bad place to make a senior bow. 22-year-old Bogdan Brouwer of Germany. The time to beat at the moment is 35.63. He's not going to be near that. 39.20. It's a fifth for Bogdan Brouwer. But he is very much a 1,500 meter, 3,000 meter specialist. So the Neo Seniors level doing 3,000, doing 5Ks and 10Ks will be interesting. And you certainly feel Chris Heisinger. They're already on the ice. That was an interesting one. Philip Due Schmidt of Denmark. And a man who, well, what kind of records might he set later on this weekend at Davide Giotto, the great Italian.
Go to the start. Ready.
Giotto, who back in October at a race in Innsel in Germany, well, he beat the 10,000 meter world record. I'm not sure if it counted as official, as an official sanctioned event, but this is the opposite of Davide Giotto, certainly showing that. 11.06. Not leading this pair. But it is side by side. Philip Due Schmidt in his first European Championships goes 38.22, wins the pair, enjoys his moment. 38.31 for Giotto. And a 38.31, 38.22. So Schmidt close to his personal best of 38.11. So there was Dutch disappointment for their first skater in the men's all-around. And we have another one here. But first on the inner lane, Vladimir Semiruni of Poland. And for Bo Snelling, as always, let's just let the home crowd say hello.
Go to the start. Ready.
Snelling from Noorden in the Netherlands. His World Cup success this season has come in the 5,000 meters, a couple of medals. And so a 10.65 opener. Semi Rooney in front for Poland. And another man who's really just done a lot of juniors. A little wobble coming out of the corner. Semi Rooney, 22 years old. Hasn't done much internationally lately, but here he is beating Bo Snelling, 37.27, 37.67. Third fastest time. And there is the personal best music inside the arena. Let's see who that goes to. It is for Vladimir Semi-Rooney. Wow, look at him. 38.17 was his previous personal best. 37.27 now. Knocking out 9/10 of a second, and I still think he kind of shook his head. Konstantin Gütze of Germany, and again for Marcel Bosker.
Go to the start. Ready.
Everybody safely away this time. Bosker came in 6th in the 5,000 meters in Beijing on World Cup. They're tied at the opener, 10.55. Bosker, who also does team pursuit and mass start races. This, I'm not sure if 500 really even qualifies as a warm-up for him, for all these skaters who like to do the distances. Takes that line, coming in the inside turn, closing the gap on Gütze. It is still the German in front right now, and he goes 36.96, third fastest time. And here's the music. Personal best music being played in the arena. I love that touch. 36.96 his new personal best. That knocked it down from 37.81, and so good for Konstantin Gütze. "24 years old, who, when he's done World Cup, it's been on 5 and 10K. So his events are still to come, but hey, take those personal bests where they come. Mathieu Belloir, France, and Christian Gamet-Ulekleiv.
Go to the start. Ready.
Belloir is the older of the Belloir brothers. He is from Rennes, Champagne country in northeastern France. Ulekleiv, one of the skaters taking over the mantle of leadership in that Norwegian program, with the likes of Sverlund Pedersen moving on. Ulekleiv, Norwegian all-around champion. And it looks like he will take this pair. Measured race from him. Doesn't look like he's exerting too much because he has 3 much longer races to go. 36.99 for fourth and 37.82 for Belloir.
In pair number 8, in the inner lane, representing Norway, Norge, second appearance, please welcome Sunday.
Could be challenging for the very top. Sander Eitrem has become one of the best distances skaters that we've seen. And there's Prokop Stodala of Czechia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sander Eitrem, the 2024 Norwegian all-around champion. And it's Prokop with the fast start. Stodala by 0.02 of a second, and Eitrem, well, we know how well he does in the distance events, and so this is not to his forte. This is what makes the 500 meters in the all-around competition so fun. They do events that we're perhaps not accustomed to, but good lap skated for Eitrem. Gets all the way back around, 36.79, good enough for third place for him. And hey, play that music. 36.79, Eitrem beats his previous personal mark of 36.92. So that makes, in this men's 500 meter all-around competition alone, 5 new personal bests, and Eitrem will take that for sure. If you're not able to hear it in the arena when someone sets a new personal best, they're playing a song, and so it's sort of when you hear it, you go, oh, okay, it's a new personal best for somebody. Peter Kongshaug, Daniele Di Stefano,
Go to the start. Ready.
Di Stefano, one of the better mass start skaters in the world this year, in this past couple seasons. And him and Andrea Giovannini make a good 1-2 punch on that Italian side. 10.34, 10.37, Kongshaug leading by just a few hundredths of a second. Di Stefano trying to close it up. He's not going to do it. It looks like it's going to be Kongshaug taking the pair. They are pushing this one. They go 35.94 for Kongshaug. Second for him. Stefano goes to third with a 36.30. And just one pair to go. And I mentioned Andrea Giovannini. Well, speak of the devil. Is in this heat going up against Valentin Thiebaud of France.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now, France, of course, scheduled to host the next Winter Olympics after Milan, and they actually have their national championships in Germany. As sure what ovals there are actually for use in France. The one used for the Albertville Olympics was an outdoor facility, and I'm not sure if it's still in use. Anyway, they do have a World Cup win this season. Of course, Timothy Lubinow's famous mass start victory, but it's Thiebaud winning this one. going away, and he will go fifth fastest, 36.56. Andrea Giovannini, 37.43, good enough for 13th. Let's see, there was no personal best music, but it was close for Thibaut. His personal best, 36.45. So about 0.12 of a second off that pace that he actually just set in Inzel at those French championships in December, just before Christmas, the 26-year-old from France. And so that wraps up the 500 meters in the all-round competition. I'm sure for the skaters used to suffering over long distances, 500 meters is a different kind of punishment for them. Look back at this race. Thibaut won, slotting into 15th. Giovannini going to 13th. And so, the winner of that 500 meters, Kim Min-suk, is 35.36 all the way back from the first pair, stood up in the end. And he's got that little bit of a lead there over Peter Kongsaug and Daniele Di Stefano. Indra Medard and Valentin Thibaut rounding out the top five. Watch out for the likes of maybe Itrem, Ulik Live, and then, of course, Bo Snelling, Marcel Bosker, your Dutch skaters, and then, of course, Davide Giotto. Anyway, time for a break. We're going to flood the ice, and then the sprinters will get their bow. Is going to be the women's 1,000 meters, the men's 1,000 meters. That comes up in just over 20 minutes, so another chance for you to shake those legs out of your own, maybe take a quick walk around the block, and we'll be back to carry on in just a little bit.
flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships Allround 500-meter women. In third place, with a time of 39.69, representing Poland, Natalia Jabrzyk. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, Director of Staatsloterij. And in second place, with a time of 39.31, representing the Netherlands, Joy Beunen. And then in first place and winner in a new championship record of 38.15, representing the Netherlands, Tialf, hier is Antoinette Rijpa de Jong. And give them one more big applause, Tialf. Our top three of this 500 meters women. In third place, Natalia Jabrzyk. Second, Joy Beunen. And winner, Antoinette Rijpa de Jong.
Dans jij met mij, dan dansen wij ons samen blij, alsof we zweven door de dans op wolken. Dus pak mijn hand en dans van hier tot dromenland. Vergeet de wereld als je danst met mij. Soms zit het even tegen, geen zonneschijn maar regen. Soms heb je van die dagen, iedereen heeft iets te klagen. Ga dan niet zitten treuren en laat iets moois gebeuren.
flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-round 500-meter men. In third place, with a time of 36.30, representing Italy, Daniele Di Stefano. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, the Director of Staatsloterij. And in second place, with a time of 35.94, representing Norway, Peter Komshaug. And in first place and winner in a new personal best and a new championship record of 35.63, representing Hungary, Kim Minsak. And give them one more big applause to our top three of this 500 meters men, Daniele Di Stefano, Peter Komshaug, and Kim Minsak.
Purify it, free from desire. My senses purify it, free
dust.
All right, time to get to the first European Championships of the weekend. There is the classification. After 3 events, women's second 1,000 meters still to come. And we have a couple of individual pairs. Poor Karina Yakturian. I think she's done 3 of her 4 races by herself. And all the way down to look at that head-to-head Jutta Leerdam, Femke Kok. That's just a head-to-head throwdown for the championship. Of course, the time difference will have to come into play. And so then we shall see how things play out at the end. But all eyes will be on that 8th pair. 1,000 meters yesterday was Leerdam coming away victorious.
Go to the start.
And the first pair, Marlen Esselunds, the 21-year-old from Germany. She'll get things going first. Esselunds largely just skating on the Neo Seniors circuit this year. She has a win in the 1500 in Tomaszów Mazowiecki. She also has there's a 3,000 meter medal and a 500 meter medal. So last senior event she did was the European Speed Skating Championships a couple of seasons ago in Hamar. She did the all-around competition. So Esselunds doing the sprints now for Germany. A nice roar of applause to carry her around the ice in what must be a tricky situation, doing 1,000 meters by yourself. She's sitting in 14th place after 3 distances, or 3 events rather. She was 12th in the 1,000 meters yesterday. And a whole weekend of race preparation and execution is being shown in that growing grimace as she rounds the corner the final time. And she will set 120.43 is the time to beat. You see her classification there, 159.54 overall. And so she is provisionally the leader. And now it is Karina Yaktuyan. A 26-year-old.
Go to the start. Ready.
The European Sprint Championships are really her first action of the season. She hasn't really skated internationally since last season's European Championship. She did some European World Cup stops in 2023. Let's see if she is building back towards getting back to that World Cup circuit that resumes in Calgary later on this month and then heads to Milwaukee before the final 2 stops of the season in Europe, and then finishing with the World Championships in Norway and Hamar in March. And I'm sure racing at home, she would certainly love to be a part of that. And so at the bell, Yaktuyan has the second to play with, 47.78 over Marlon Salums of Germany. Yesterday, Yaktuyan was a 1:19.76. Her personal best time is a 1:18.8. That was set in Calgary. And so here she comes, 1:19.74. So by 7/10 of a second, she is first in the distance. And she is also first in the overall classification. So just to keep track of who we lost through the competition, we lost Luisa Maria Gonzalez of Spain yesterday. She crashed in the first 500 meters and withdrew. And I did notice that we might have been another skater down this morning. That was, in fact, Vanessa Herzog of Austria. And then Leah Sophie Schultz, who was disqualified for the second false start. And so let's see what Georgia Aiello has in her today. Just a megawatt grin when she shattered her own 1,000-meter personal best. 1:18.08 now. Let's see what she has against Fran Van Houte.
Ready.
Aiello currently sitting in 12th position. Van Houte in 14th. She only just turned 20 years old, so one to watch for the Italian program heading into their Olympic hosting duties, and has medals at the neo-seniors level in 500, 1,000, and 1,500. former World Junior Team Sprint bronze in 2023 as well, and both of them are in the green. Aiello goes about 0.05 of a second quicker than Van Houte on that lap, but no crossover now. Change lanes and make the dash for home. Tiring weekend. And Aiello rounds the corner. Van Houte trying to close the gap a little bit, and Aiello goes 1:18.20. 1:18.38 for Van Houte. So they go 1 and 2 in the distance and in the overall. And so not a bad skate for both of them. Van Houte, or Aiello rather, pretty consistent compared to yesterday's new personal best, 1:18.08 and then 1:18.20. It'd be fun to see what kind of numbers she throws down in, if she is in Calgary later this month for the World Cup there. And Julie Mustad Samsonsen against Iga Wojtaszek, 13th and 14th overall heading into this event.
Go to the start. Ready.
Samsonsen turns 25 in April from Bergen in Norway. Coached by this Norwegian program, coached by Jeremy Witherspoon, the Canadian great sprinter who's been over in Norway for a number of years, trying to build up that Norwegian sprint program. So often, so many of the Norwegian greats, their history has been in distance events. And they have found some results in sprinting. Okay, of course, Hove Lorentzen, the 2018 Olympics. He's now moved on to retirement. But Samsonsen and Wojtaszek, very little separating them. But look at that lap time. Wojtaszek by about 1/4 of a second faster than Samsonsen. Samsonsen yesterday 10th in the 1,000 meters. Wojtaszek 13th. And a pretty healthy distance difference in time between the two. And so this one's certainly much closer than what their times yesterday were. And Wojtaszek 1:17.97. 1:18.10 for Samsonsen. And so Wojtaszek did a 1:19.02 yesterday. And I'm wondering if that was why didn't I do that yesterday? She's more than a second quicker. And the moments draw closer. Look at Suzanne Schulting, holding on to 3rd place right now. What must be going through their heads? She's done this before. She's well practiced. Jutta Leerdam, defending champion. Next pair is Sofia Thorpe Prosvernova of Denmark. Threw down a really good 1,000 meters yesterday against Serena Perger. She's 21 next month.
Ready. Ball start, outer lane, not stable, moving. Go to the start.
They're both moving under the thumb now.
Ready.
They are away cleanly. Perger from Trento in northern Italy. And Thorpe Prosvernova put up the 5th fastest 1,000-meter time yesterday. She did a 1:16.15, so we'll see what kind of consistency she gets. She did have better thousands than 500s so far. And both of them were in the green early. At the bell, they both are still in the green. Perger just hanging on though. Lap time for Thorpe Prosvernova, 27.96, so she has just over a quarter-second advantage. At the moment, the leader, Aiello. And round they come to the finish. We'll see what kind of time Thorpe Prosvernova does. She goes fastest in the distance and overall, 1:16.79. So a little bit slower than her time yesterday, but she goes atop the leaderboard in the distance for the moment. And Perger now sitting second overall, 1:18.79. Her time. Now down to the final 3 pairs. It is Kaya Ziomek-Nogal and Isabel Van Elst.
Go to the start. Ready.
Wonder if we got a shot there. If that was Artur, her husband, former Polish international speed skater with their young daughter. She was born right after the Beijing Olympics. Now, yesterday, Ziomek-Nogal, her 1,000-meter is what let her down a little bit. She is just knocking on the door of a top 3, but she has to put together a pretty good 500. She beat Susanna Schulting in the 500 meters earlier today, and she's really going to need to do it again here to have any chance of getting onto the podium and perhaps spoiling a Dutch sweep. Ziomek-Nogal, 45.43, 27.71 the lap time. She has a second to work with in the distance for the moment. Van Elst, though, is going to be crucial. I don't know how much time that might have cost. Van Elst, in the end, had to wait a little bit. Ziomek-Nogal trying to keep the hopes of a podium alive. She goes to a 1:16.65. It's fastest right now. She moves atop the classifications. Van Elst third in the distance, third overall. And so Ziomek-Nogal can only watch and wait. She did a 1:16.71 yesterday, a 1:16.65 today. So I'm not sure if her stride was put off that much. Just a couple hundredths of a second quicker than yesterday, and you judge the body language. But another one of those skaters who is just reveling in this atmosphere. Always love seeing the smile on her face. Oh, sorry, I got in the way of Susanna Schulting's moment. Karolina Bosiek. away cleanly. Bociek has a medal from a World Sprint Championships a couple of years ago. She is sitting just outside the top three as well. Both of them in the green right now, or in the red right now, rather, so they have some work to do. Schulting yesterday trying to hang on to third place on that podium. She has the home fans cheering her on. She put together a 1:15.40 yesterday. And Schulting in the green by a couple hundredths of a second. Bociek sitting about 7/10 of a second off the pace, and another tricky crossover coming up here. This one does just fine as Schulting goes right over the top to tuck into that inner lane. And the home crowd giving her wings down the final few strides to the line. Susanna Schulting eyeing the top of the leaderboard and does it in the distance and overall. 1:15.31. Bociek with the second fastest time, slotting into second right now. So I think that, everybody's staying on their skates anyway. That would seal a Dutch sweep of the sprint podium. But a couple of skaters still have to get to the line. Two years ago in Hamar, it was Jutta Leerdam, Femke Kok, and Vanessa Herzog. And the top two are back here anyway. And let's just enjoy this. Hands up to acknowledge the fans, but eyes looking straight ahead on the ice. Femke Kok leading right now, but it will all come down to this.
Ready.
Leerdam won the Dutch Sprint Championships a couple of weeks ago, but Femke Kok did not complete it. She pulled out after winning the 500 meters yesterday. It was Leerdam winning by about 7/10 of a second over Femke Kok, who had the faster opening, but Leerdam just skates in two races. She has that endurance. She takes those long, long strides. Teammates, rivals going head-to-head for a European Championship. With one to go, Femke Kok still leading. Jutta Leerdam also in the green. It's all down to these two skaters. It is head-to-head, toe-to-toe, stride for stride. Here comes Leerdam, getting a bit of a draft perhaps down that back stretch. She gets into the inner lane. Kok trying to hang on. Leerdam takes the lead. Is there going to be enough time for her to take the championship? Leerdam wins the pair, goes fastest. Kok goes second, and it's enough. Jutta Leerdam defending her European Sprint Championship by a tiny fraction of time. Wow. Second for Kok for the second straight European Sprint Championships. But considering she spent time out due to a virus, Shaking of hands. Considering she spent a lot of time out, certainly reason for optimism for the back half of her season that she is back. Just unflappable. Leerdam was trailing through 600 meters, but the back half of the race, she got the inner lane. She just kept the tempo going, and what is the final margin? It is 0.08 of a second. But it is a Dutch sweep. Suzanne Schulting getting third. It's Leerdam's day on home ice in the Netherlands. Results in the 1,000 meters, just over half a second the difference. Leerdam and Koch and Schulting, just about 9/10 of a second off the pace, and then the two Polish skaters, pretty much as it's been the entire time, 4th and 5th. And then Sofia Thorpe-Prothernova in 6th. What does that mean in the overall? We'll see that in just a few moments. It was incredibly close. Koch had a fighter's chance to just preserve enough of that advantage, but she came up just short. So that meant, look at that, 0.04 of a second. Overall. Schulting in third to complete the sweep. And then again, Ziomek, Nogal, and Bosiek 4th and 5th. Came down. You wouldn't have had it any other way, would you? The top two skaters going head to head. And all of it. Of watching the clock at a fraction of a second. Going to be another pause here. They might do the medal ceremonies. Either way, they're resurfacing the men's 1,000-meter sprint for the European Championship, finishing off the men's sprint competition Coming up in, I think it's just over 16 or just over 15 minutes.
terecht uw applaus, dames en heren. Nog één keer voor Kleintje Pils. Hoho, wat een helden en dat al 50 jaar van mooie zijn. Maar ja, er stonden natuurlijk ook helden op het ijs en we gaan snel door met de huldiging.
Flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championship Sprint, second 1000 meter. In third place, with a time of 1:15.31, representing the Netherlands, Suzanne Schulting! And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, Director of Staatsloterij. And in second place, with a time of 1:15.01, representing the Netherlands, Femke Kok. And then in first place and winner of this 1000 meters with a time of 1:14.55, representing the Netherlands, Tialf, laat je me horen voor Jutta Leerdam. And Tialf, give them one more big applause. Our top three of this second 1000 meters. In third place, Suzanne Schulting. Second, Femke Kok. And winner, Jutta Leerdam.
Now we switch focus to the men's European Sprint Championships, and unlike the women, which had the two skaters going head-to-head, this really is Yenning de Beau's event to lose. His third straight championship record by bettering his 500-meter time earlier today. The big question, will it also be a Dutch sweep on the men's side? They're sitting 1, 2, 3 right now as Damian Zudek drifted off a little bit in the 500 meter this morning. It is neat though, Marijn Saperkamp and Yenning de Beau in the final pair. Hey look, there's Sven Kramer.
Go to the start.
Sure, recognized wherever he goes. Anyway, first pair.
Ready.
This one, it is Jonas Valga all by his lonesome. With the DNF of Tuukka Suomalainen in the 500 meters. That means we're reduced to 19 skaters here finishing up the Sprint Championships. And Valga did a 1:13.01 yesterday. He also, like a number of skaters here, mixing it up with some senior level competition this year and the Neo Seniors level. Having Martin Leave in that program. Estonia, the only one of the Baltic countries that we see on the international circuit. Would be cool to get some Latvians and Lithuanians up as well. Always loving to grow this sport. Famous elevator. We've seen a few shots of it this weekend, but I think that was like at Tim Prinz there. And Valga 1:13.23. A little bit slower than his 1:13.01 from yesterday. That's what it's all about, isn't it? She'll be back to her renewing the rival with Miho Takagi in just a few weeks' time. Is Jutta Leerdam, who's just on your screen there now. Robbie Balin
Go to the
Belgium
start.
going up against Francesco Betti.
Ready.
Betti, one of those skaters who we don't often see as he's in the B division on World Cup, but he's skated 500s, 1000s, and 1500s on the World Cup circuit this season. Balin, at 21 years of age, has also been in Beijing and Nagano this season. And very even open through the first couple hundred meters. We will get the inside lane. Of course, really building towards next year. I think it'll be a temporary oval being built in Milan specifically for the games. Both the skaters in the green. Betti had his better results yesterday in the 1,000 meters, going 15th. Balin was pretty consistent with his results across the course of the day, but it is going to be Betti. He will go 1:10.85, so 2.4 seconds to the good for him. First in the distance, first in the overall. His time yesterday was 1:10.84, and so pretty consistent for the young man from Northern Italy. Keeping their distance. And in the bow, there's Martin Leave. No chance for him to get up onto the podium. Paul Christensen and Ignaz Gschwendtner next.
Go to the start. Ready.
Gschwendtner was in the 500 heat. That's Suomalainen go down. Gschwendtner was off in front, so he wasn't really in any danger of getting hit or anything. Gschwendtner had the 19th fastest 1,000-meter time at 1:12.80. Christensen put up a 1:11.17. That was good enough for 16th place. And it is Christensen out in front at the moment. In Norway, sports are a lot of clubs. Kids get active. Of course, we know the Norwegian penchant for events like cross-country skiing and biathlon, but I've learned there's no actual school sports. For a lot of places, there's a school team in a certain sport. In Norway, it's just clubs. So schools aren't as long. It allows the kids to get out and do sports in their community with their community teams with other kids. And anyway, all that to say, Paul Myron Christensen, 1:10.92. Second in the distance by just a matter of a few hundredths of a second, but it is fast enough to move him atop the leaderboard, at least for the time being. Still no personal bests on the day. Pretty relaxed is Mr. Saperkamp. A little more focus on Jenning de Beau and Tim Prins in the background there. We don't see him smiling too much. He's the picture of focus. Of course, everyone focuses a little bit differently. Anyway, here's Matthias Voste. Put his best result of the weekend in the 1,000 yesterday. See how he can do in this one.
Ready.
It's up against Moritz Klein. Klein 14th fastest in the 1,000 meter yesterday. Voste threw down the 8th fastest time. Both of them are in the green at the moment. Still a long way to go. We talk about if you go out too hard in that first full lap, there's just nothing left on the second. Or that if you ease into the race or don't do a very good first full lap, you hear that bell and you know there's no hope of catching up. But still, both of the skaters in the green for the moment. Voste, 25.22 lap time, nearly 0.8 of a second put on Klein. Voste's time 1:08.72 yesterday. He's leading things around right here. Final few meters, drops both the arms, and Voste goes fastest, 1:09.07 by nearly 2 seconds. Atop the leaderboard in the distance and in the overall. So still slower than his time from yesterday. A little shrug, a little shake of the head, but the fastest time for the moment anyway. Henrik Uruka and David Bosa. Watch, the glasses will still be on Bosa's head. Indeed they are. He leaves it to the very last second. I haven't seen anyone leave it as close to the race as him. There you go. Glasses down, go time for David Bosa.
Ready.
Bosa has World Cup medals the last 2 years in the 1,000 meters, but earlier this weekend he didn't have a great 1,000. You always have to wonder what events racers put on their calendars to peak for. There is the bell. .42.32, 42.42. Not much in it between these two men. Almost identical lap times. Ruka will get the inside lane. Bosa trying to hang on to his lead, but it is closing up right now. He does have enough of a margin at the moment. Bosa gets both arms going. 1:09.70. Enough to move him into first overall for the moment. Second fastest in the distance. An ending, nope. For the Italian veteran. Getting into the zone. The top three right there. Prinz, Seepekamp, Jenning de Bo. Neil Yope, Bjorn Magnussen coming up next.
Go to the start.
It is out of Barcelona.
Ready.
Yope was actually the first athlete representing Spain from any sport to claim a medal at the Winter Youth Olympics. He won silver in the 500 meters in 2020. It was in Lausanne. It is Magnuson leading the way right now. Through the opening 200 meters, both the skaters in the green. Who skating seems to run in the family, as a younger sister who takes part. Oh, Magnuson keeps it up. Just barely. But that'll sap a lot of his speed. We're talking about Joop. Sister also skating, short track and on the oval. Magnuson, how much speed does he have maintaining? He's still out in front. He just saps all of the speed around that corner. And Joop now has the bit between his teeth. Chance to win the pair. Here comes the young man from Spain. Neil Joop will go third fastest, 1:10.25. Move him into fourth. Bjorn Magnuson, sixth fastest. Does move him up into second in the overall right now, though. And losing speed on a turn right there. Good work for him just to stay upright. But on a turn, you exit the turn and you just have almost no speed. And you're just fighting to get it back. Check to see the ice condition. Already into the seventh pair. 7 of 10. Hendrik Dombeck of Poland, or of Germany rather. And Piotr Michalski
Go to the start.
Of Poland.
Ready.
Dombeck had the fourth fastest 1,000-meter time. Michalski had the seventh yesterday. A couple tenths of a second between the two. Good quick opening for both. Dombeck, 16.59, 16.66 for Michalski. And coming up to the bell, Dombeck still in the green. Put together a better lap. Time, the margin is coming down though, hanging on by a few hundredths of a second. It's actually the second fastest split. But he also does get the inside lane now. Dombeck in control, looking like he might take the pair. And we'll see if he goes fastest. Nope, not quite. 109.11, so second fastest in the distance, but it is enough to move him back into first overall. And Michalski into second overall right now with 3 pairs to go. So Dombeck will finish no worse than 7th. Michalski no worse than 8th. But I think they're all waiting for the last 2 pairs, keeping the energy in reserve for what could be a crowning moment for Jenning de Bo and another Dutch sweep in the offing, perhaps. Maybe this man has something else in mind. Martin Lees. Against Marek Kania.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Lees back in the picture for perhaps a podium in the overall standings. He got bronze 2 years ago in the European Sprint Championships in Hamar, Norway. Gonna need to keep skating like he had so far today. Yesterday, maybe not his best day. Not a bad start. Marek Kania the same. Kania, his 500s have been better than his 1000s, so you might see him off quickly and then fade as things go around. At the bell, he's even with Leave. Just a few hundredths of a second between them. And we'll see if Leave gets much of a toe down that back stretch to shape him up for the final inside turn. Looks pretty good from here. Leave wanting to at least put the pressure on Tim Prinz. And it will be Martin Leave winning the pair, 108.74. This expression doesn't give away much, does it? Just over 0.3 of a second faster. First overall for the moment, 108.74. Just a few tenths of a second off yesterday's time of 108.46. But for the moment, he is the leader. But 2 pairs still to go. And Tim Prinz, who he's chasing for the bronze medal, is perhaps better suited for 1,000 meters. Zurich saw his podium aspirations perhaps slipping away a little bit with that 500-meter performance earlier today, where he put up the 7th fastest time, slipped him out of the top 3. Is there a revival to come from him?
Ready.
Prinz, eye on what's ahead of him. Chance to seal up a podium spot in the overall for Tim Prinz. He's green for good right now. 16.31 for Zurich, 16.44 for Prinz. So Zurich with the better start. And Zurich, I would say that maybe his preferred event is the 500 meters. But he is still pretty good in the 1,000 as well. And at the moment, still Zurich by just about 0.6 of a second. Prinz, 41.31, also in the green, but chasing Zurich. But he does have the rabbit to chase in front of him right now. Tim Prinz trying to get on the podium. And the European Sprint Speed Skating Championship. So, stood up a little bit there. How much time will that cost? And here comes Prinz. 108.04, fastest by 0.7 of a second. He moves into first. Zurich up into second. And so that does push Martin Leave down into third. So Prinz likes that one. He did a 107.89 yesterday, did Prinz. Today, 108.04. And so, could be the double Dutch sweep of the podium in the sprint competition. But one more pair still to go. And let's just enjoy this moment between two pretty big heavyweights.
Go to the start.
before big competitions, sometimes Saperkamp, well, he vomits before competing. There's some nerves that he feels. I didn't see anything this time, but he actually believes that helps him. But he's on course for a silver medal here, perhaps eyeing gold. He's going to have to put down a time that will absolutely flatten Yenning de Beau, who has been unflappable so far. The 20-year-old man, Yenning de Beau, is really fulfilling the predictions that he was the man to beat this weekend. He's gone faster in his 500 meters from this morning. Can he do it in 1,000? Yenning de Beau, 41.05. About a quarter of a second to the good. Just a reminder, de Beau, championship record 107.29 yesterday. He's off in front again. It is not quite a victory lap for de Beau, but it might as well be one. He has kept the skates on the ice. De Beau looking for European sprint glory, and he does it. Second, 108.33, but it is more than enough to see him go on top the overall standings. Saperkamp, 108.50. Fourth in the distance. Second overall. Another Dutch sweep. Continental glory for the Dutch in the sprints. Continental domination for the Dutch in the sprints. So good luck rest of the world, or rest of the continent rather, in the all-round competition. That's your best chance to unseat this program right now. Saperkamp, the top two in the same pair. Finish things off in Heerenveen. Wins out of 4 for de Beau. Second in this one. Just a sea of orange. Enjoying the moment with their skaters. Here are the results. Prins winning the second 1,000. De Beau second, and nice recovery from Damian Zurek after a disappointing 500 meters earlier today. Getting up to third in the 1,000. Saperkamp fourth, and Martin Leave in fifth. Again. And so what does that mean in the overall standings? 2 500 meters, 2,000 meters has led to Yenning de Beau being crowned European champion. Beating the defending champion, Saperkamp, who won 2 years ago in Hamar. And then Tim Prins. 1, 2, 3. 6 medals so far this weekend. All of them going Dutch. So you hear Clancha Pils celebrating with the fans, the great Dutch brass band. They are out resurfacing the ice once again, and we will be back in about 20 minutes. We'll do some podium presentations as well, so keep an eye on that. But we'll resume the all-around competition with the women's 3,000 meters in, just about 20 minutes. So grab a break. We'll be back soon.
en heren, met Sweet Caroline. Laten we maar eens even horen voor Sweet Kleintje Pils. Oh. Ja, mooi, dames en heren. Wij gaan snel door. Ja, ze zwaaien nog heel eventjes. Zometeen zien we ook zwaaiende mensen. Maar die gaan we zien op het podium. Het is namelijk tijd voor de bloemenhuldiging.
Flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships Sprint, second 1,000-meter men. In third place, and with a time of 1:08:38, representing Poland, Damian Zurek. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, Director of Staatsloterij. In second place, with a time of 1:08:33, representing the Netherlands, Jenning de Bo. In first place and winner of this 1,000 meters with a time of 1:08:04, representing the Netherlands, Tialf, laat je me horen. Het is zijn Tialf. Het is Tim Prins. Give them one more big applause. Our top three of this second 1,000 meters. In third place, Damian Zurek. Second, Jenning de Bo. And the winner, Tim Prins.
Back to the all-round. 3,000 meters for women. There will also be the 5,000 meters for men. And for a lot of these skaters, this is much more their wheelhouse than maybe a 500 meters. The two front runners right now, Joy Bune and Antoinette Wright-Madillon, they will be in the last pair. There is Julie Nizon from France. Young skaters on this burgeoning French program.
Go to the start. Ready.
Skater with an inline background. She, what's interesting, the recent French championships in Germany, there was a mass start and she finished 8th in the mass start. However, it was a race that they combined the men's and women's skaters together, as there weren't enough skaters to do separate races, and she was the top woman in it. So Julia Nizon from northwestern France. The switch over from wheels to blades now, and not a lot on her, obviously, as someone who hasn't really done much on the ice just yet, but she, I would imagine, have a target in mind, and that being, let's see, now it's just over 5 years away. Paris, of course, just hosting the Summer Games, and it was while those games happened that French citizens realized, oh, we're hosting another Olympics, and it's another winter one. Joining the likes of Grenoble and Albertville, but yeah, this one will have a bigger footprint, and I'm not sure if they've actually got a spot that will host speed skating just yet. I know the Oval Lingotto in Torino has been used about potential venue. I know short track is slated to be in Nice, which, yeah, I'll take that. Lovely part of the world. Anyway, it'll be an interesting games in 2030 with the high Alps going all the way down to the Mediterranean and the Côte d'Azur in France. Just, you know, a breathtaking part of the world. But Julia Nizon is from kind of the opposite of the country, northwest. She will throw down the first 3,000 meter time here. Her personal best coming in October in Inzel. We'll see how it compares, a 4:18.03. And one thing you're going to watch for, because there are some different tactics of skating at 3,000 meters. The likes of Martina Sablikova and Isabel Weideman just going for consistency, kind of doing what they do in a 5,000 meters, but in the 3,000 frame. Other skaters these days in a 3,000 meters are kind of going out harder. The lap times are tapering off more. There's less consistency, but they will have banked a lot of that early time. So in the 3,000 meters, it does kind of pay off for them. So we'll see how Nizan does. Face not giving away too much. Sort of mild bemusement at the moment as she sees 2 laps to go. 34.86 the lap time. 3:08.28. It'll be interesting to see. She's in the ballpark of a personal best. There is Ragnar Wiklund getting ready on the bike. She did the 500, but now she'll be doing the events where she is among the very best in the world. Now the pain starts to show on Nizan's face. 1 lap to go. Just keeping the tempo going. 35.55 the lap time. The hand on the thigh. The telltale sign that she is feeling this burn. You see the pain on her face. In a race like this, when fatigue starts to settle in, falling back on the technique becomes so much more important. Nizan is down to the final few meters. Shot at the crowd, seemingly having a good time. This is the opposite. She is feeling the pain, and she will cross with a 4:19.57. So about a second and a half off her personal best pace. But Julia Nizan moves atop the leaderboard for the moment. The suffering is over for the day for her, but you look at the calendar in an all-round, and there is a 1,500 and a 5,000 tomorrow. And a lot of skaters you talk to, they'll say the 1,500 meter is the hardest race. Not quite a sprint, not quite a distance, and it takes a special skater to excel there. Natalia Jabrzyk and Veronica Luciani, 26-year-old.
Go to the start. Ready.
A lot of skaters, winter sport athletes in Italy are from up near the border with Austria. A lot of Tyrolean athletes. Luciani, however, is from Venice, which is not necessarily known for snow. It's known for tourism, obviously, and canals, but she's been around for a few years. Another one who also dabbles in inline and the roller skates as well. Aiming to compete at home in 26. Jabrzyk. We see her often enough on the World Cup circuit. She does some events in the B division, has popped up to the A division as well. She has a 12th in the 1,000 meters in Beijing and a 14th in Nagano in the 2 World Cup stops so far this season. And you always love the Dutch supporters, regardless of what country an athlete's from. They'll be cheering for you. I remember there was an event that I attended once, and there were some Dutch supporters, and they had a stack of flags. Whichever country the athlete was from, they dug around and they found that flag and gave it a wave. And just the camaraderie you love to see. But we see Jabrzyk. I did see a time for Luciani, but she is not on my screen at the moment. Wondering if I missed something. Oh, no, there she is. Pardon me. Jabrzyk in the lead at the moment, 1:56.85. Luciani still a little bit in the green. 1:59 at 2:1, but a 33.77 lap time. Pain is starting to settle in, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with Jabrzyk. She maybe angles towards the shorter distances a little bit. 1800, 3 to go. And she's a 33.7, couple seconds in the bank for Natalia Jabrzyk, and a 34.83, and Veronika Luciani really starting to bleed some time now. And in a sprint, you can be an all-out powerhouse and not feel that fatigue and not have to rely on the technique so much, but in these distances, when the tunnel vision starts to settle in, you fall back on that muscle memory. A 34.3 lap time for Jabrzyk, 34.9 for Luciani. So that's when the pain starts to settle in for Jabrzyk. Look at Weekland. You're wondering, outside in Heerenveen, just above the freezing mark, a couple degrees above. And at the bell, 35.13 lap time for Jabrzyk. There's 4 seconds to the good, a 35.8 for Luciani. And she's falling just a little bit further behind. Juliette Nizon put a 4:19.57 on the board. Jabrzyk and the last push. And the Dutch support drops the arms the final few meters, and the clock a 4:15.82. And a 4:20.59 for Luciani. And hey, there's the music. It's a new personal best for Veronika Luciani, knocking 6.5 seconds off her personal best. It was a 4:27.05, now a 4:20.59. So maybe a tired smile on the face after knocking a healthy chunk at a time out of her personal best. Luciani often doing 1500s and thousands, probably not something she does every day. Weronika Antosova, Czechia, and Olga Piotrowska of Poland up next.
Go to the start. Ready.
Antosova just turned 24 in November. Back in 2022, she was one of the 5 athletes to be named most successful athletes for 2022 in Brno, in the Czech Republic. In Brno, you're getting down towards the Austrian border there. No Martina Sablikova here for the European Allrounds. Antosova, 24-year-old, she's largely done the neo-seniors level. Hasn't done it this year, though. But she has done some B division skating at the senior level as well a couple of seasons ago. So she's at that level at 24 where they're kind of at the senior level full time. Piotrowska, 25. Another one of these skaters we don't often see on World Cup weekends, as she's skated in the B division races. And often in the longer distances, they don't do pairs. They do quads, and so 2 skaters on each side of the ice. And when times are calculated there, sometimes you see really fast times in quads, but there are a few people who argue that when 4 skaters are on the ice at the same time, you're creating a bit of a whirlwind effect, and so there's a bit of a slipstream that might be able to suck you around the whole way. And so not a direct comparison to when skating is done in pairs, you do see at the World Cup level. Piotrowska, who is from Tomaszów Mazowiecki, which is where the oval is, where the Polish training is done. Born and it still lives there. Of course, if you're training at that oval year round, then there's a lot of point going somewhere else. Is Piotrowska out in front at the moment. And a 34.24 for Piotrowska. So what's interesting is that in this race, unlike future ones where the seating might really have a lot of the seated skaters at the end, as we see Joy Buna getting into the elevator, some of these earlier ones, given the 500-meter results, might be kind of throwaway results, so to speak, for some athletes. They might be seated lower down. And so Olga Piotrowska is a few seconds behind. So that Natalia Jabrzyk time early on looks like it is going to survive the challenge here. Antosova, 3:25.1, already lapping close to the 37 lap times. Piotrowska just keeping it ticking over. You find that sweet spot of tempo where you're not getting too lactic and you're not going too slowly, but a 35.48 lap time, sitting with the fourth fastest time right now. And so current top three, Jabrzyk, Mizon, Luciani, both looking like all three looking like they will stay in those positions. 38.55 for Antosova. But it's Piotrowska out in front right now. Looking like maybe she will be more in her wheelhouse a bit tomorrow with the 1500. But a 4:22.5, sitting second according to the calculation, the classification standings. And this hurts. You almost hear this muscle screaming. 39.82 for Antosova. Kudos for her putting in the brave effort. So currently in the overall all-around standings, it's Polish skaters 1 and 2, Jabrzyk and Piotrowska, and Luciani, then Mizon, Sandrine Tass. Going up against Jussi Hoffmann of Germany.
Go to the start. Ready.
And off and away after the 500 meters. Hoffmann was 13th, 41.56. Tass was 8th with a 40.03. Tassu, born and raised and lives rather in Ostend in Belgium. And both of these skaters have inline backgrounds as well. And take up the inline skating, but a lot of skaters, they start there and then they have that Olympic dream that comes with speed skating, and they jump in and take off on the ice. Hoffmann trains out of Erfurt. A couple ovals in Germany, but she is from Gera, which is not far from Leipzig in eastern Germany. Side by side in unison, coming up to 5 laps to go. With an inline background also kind of does for a lot of skaters, is really suits them into mass start. And Tass was 6th in that in Beijing, 13th in Nagano. But at the World Single Distances in Calgary at the end of last year, she was 9th. And so she's always kind of there and thereabouts in the mass start. Of course, no mass start here. This weekend is, the tournament is the sprint event and the all-round event. So there are no team events, team pursuit, team sprint. Of course, last year, the Norwegian team pursuit side set the world record here in Heerenveen. They beat the American record, and the U.S. team, their response was, "Oh yeah?" And then the U.S. men went and set the world record in Salt Lake City. I think it was just a few weeks later. So different things can come from the different events, but both of these skaters really finding a groove right now, both still in the 32s. Lap times within a few tenths of a second of each other. And Tass has a 2nd place in a B Division 3,000 meters in Nagano this year. And so while we've seen a lot of skaters who have been maybe 1,500, 1,000 meters, these are two women who compete in the distances. In Beijing, Hoffman 3rd in the 3,000 meter B division. Great look at some of those aerial shots that we've been getting that just add to the allure of this sport. You love the angles, you love to see the speed that they're getting. Tass in front right now, both arms on the back, just keeping the legs ticking over at the bell. She's still a 33.1, a 33.7 for Hoffman. And far and away, these skaters will go 1-2 if they can just keep the skates on the ice. And it will be Tass coming around to take the pair and throw up a time. 4:08.07, 4:09.63. There's a good fist pump from Tass as she goes top of the leaderboard right now. Hoffman will sit in 3rd overall at the moment. Tass just inside 2 seconds of her personal best in the distance. Personal best was 4:06.15. That looks good. Get me hungry. Alice Marletti and Aurora Grinden Luvas.
Go to the start. Ready.
Marletti, a 20-year-old. She put up a new personal best in the 3,000 meters in Beijing in November. That was at a World Cup stop at the ice ribbon. And we finished 14th in the B division, 4:12.89. And so always, she's 20 years old, and a lot of these younger skaters are throwing down personal bests pretty frequently. So also watch Luvas, who does a bit of everything. She has done World Cup B division, mind you, 500s, 3000s. So her personal best was almost a year ago in Salt Lake City, a 4:11.160. And when you see Salt Lake City is where she did her personal best, you may automatically think that a personal best may not be coming here, but in the distance events, I've been told it doesn't matter as much to have fast ice, slow ice, because of course the fast ice, often you're at elevation, making it harder to really draw breath, and that obviously takes a toll on the legs as well. And so if you remember Niels van der Poel setting a world record at the Beijing Olympics on ice that was not regarded as some of the fastest in the world, it has less of an impact in the longer distance events. But Marletti at the moment, lapping 32s. It's quite the start from her. See how long she can maintain that. Toss was doing 33s late into the race, a 32.4 for Marletti. She's within a second, 4 laps to go, and a 33.55 for Luvos. Great aerial shot. I do wonder at one point, I guess if safety allows, will there be drones flying around the skaters a few meters behind to give you a real indication? There are online videos of these skaters when they get up to speed in training, and it's just the sounds of the clap skates clicking on the ice. It's almost soothing. Anyway, already losing a little bit of time right now to Sandrine Tass. There is her teammate, Lola Brigida. Certainly Francesca Lola Brigida one to watch. Francesca Lola Brigida will go in pair number 8 here in pair number 5. So trying to get warmed up. Marletti a 33.4. 2 seconds off the pace, and Luvos into the 35 range. And just know with the lap times dipping precipitously that the pain is very, very real. At the bell, Marletti now dipping into the 34s lap times. And Luvos into the 36s, just trying to get the legs going. She dropped both arms. The silent shout from Alice Marletti, the mouth agape. It's just a matter of trying to get to the finish line. She will win the pair. What kind of time will she put up? It will be a 4:11.97. Well, it's all worth it for Alice Marletti. It's a new personal best by almost a second. It was 4:12.89. And Luvos a 4:22.32. And so Luvos actually jumps up into 5th in the overall standings. Marletti to 7th. But the pain was evident there. So when the pain subsides, I'm sure there might be a wry smile for Alice Marletti. Next heat, next pair, Zuzana Kursova of Czechia and Janine Rosner,
Go to the
Austria.
start. Ready.
So often, a lot of these skaters are just kind of getting their feet wet in international speed skating. These continental competitions are used to get some experience. And in front of that great crowd, what a way to get it. And for a skater like Rossner, who's 18, has skated at the junior level, picking up pretty impressive results. A lot of Junior World Cup medals. But she, I'm sure, is not forgetting this one. Another skater out of Innsbruck, so you sense a theme with the Austrian side. A city that's twice hosted a Winter Olympics. It hosted, I think, the first Winter Youth Olympics as well. Did Innsbruck. Lovely, lovely city in the Tyrolean Mountains in Austria. You go to the city and one of the first things you see is the ski jump, just looking over the city. And you get off the train, it's a lovely alpine town. Anyway, she's lapping a 32.5, couple seconds off the pace. Of course, we'll want to see what kind of time she'll put up. Her personal best is a 4:14.24, set just over a month ago at Tomaszów Mazowiecki, and that was at that Junior World Cup event. She won the 3,000 meters. So the talent is there. She's putting up results at the junior level. The big question, how will she react to the senior level? And she's winning this pair right now, dipping into the 33.13. Kursova, 33.79. Kursova, another one, 21 years old, but she's doing a different tactic. She is skating at the senior level already. Skating in the B divisions, doing 1,500 meters and 1,000 meters is Kursova. Her two 3,000 meter results this season, a 21st in Nagano, 20th in Beijing, and once again, that is in the B division. And so her personal best, 4:11.98, set almost a year ago in Salt Lake City. So a lot of numbers to look at, a lot of variables to look at. Younger skaters drawing different things from this event. And with 2 laps to go, still looking pretty smooth is young Rossner, still lapping at 33.5. Hasn't seen a huge drop-off that some of the other athletes have seen, a 34.42 for Kursova. Is the bell. Still lapping at the 33.5s. Very consistent skate from the Austrian. Kursova dipping to the 34.4. It's not a huge drop off from her. It will be Rossner getting the warm ovation coming around. Let's see what she does. It's going to be a pretty solid time by her standards, 4:12.91. And play that music. Another personal best skate, 4:12.91. Her previous 4:14.24. And Kursova was a little bit off her personal best. But you have to like the look of this Austrian skater. Getting in some very consistent lap times. They're looking for skaters, the next generation. Good smile from her. Shaking that smile. Look at that. You just love it. Soaking it in. Miro Konine. Couldn't help but look around and then focused. And Myra Yash. almost the David Bosa sunglasses
Go to
trick.
the start.
He waits until go to the start is heard. She went early right after being introduced. And again, she can't help but smile.
Ready.
And Konine was 6th in the 500 meters, 39.85. Yash 14th with a 41.94. And Yash, 19 years old, another skater who's done a few of the World Cups this season, actually her first senior level events in the B division, exclusively the 3,000 meters. She was 2nd in the B division in Beijing and 7th in Nagano. So if you were to ask her what is her preferred event, without actually asking her what that is, just looking at the races she skates, this might be it. She does have a 4:05.68 personal best. That was set in Beijing in November. A solid draft back there. So let's see what Yash can do. Konine, 23 years of age. While Yash was skating in the B division in Beijing, Konine was skating in the A division, 3,000 meters, finishing in 4th place. It's 11th in Nagano. But 31.5 and 31.3, those lap times certainly faster than what we've seen so far. And these are two skaters who are primed in the 3,000 meters. And each time, you see the time check. Awaiting the cheer from the crowd as we look at the leader right now. Cool as a cucumber is Antoinette Wright-Madillon. 31.8, 32.2.
That's amazing, my arm's not
And the microphones catch a bit of the coaches. I heard one say, "That's amazing." So someone's happy with their skates right now. Just shifting that weight side to side. Gets the one arm going to carry that speed into the corner. And we'll see if he drops the one arm behind the back again just to keep the rhythm going at 31.7. Konine, nope, keeps the arm sweeping going. Keeps the legs just going like a metronome. Tick tock. With 2 laps to go. Konine almost 3 seconds clear, still lapping high 31s. Yash dipping a 33.6, so there is a bit of a steep drop off. She's almost picking up her leg speed, isn't she? And now the fans really getting into it, really carrying her home. Corners, the strides are all still the same speed. She's not trying to pick up the leg speed to try to salvage some speed into the corners. Konine a 31.8 and Yash dips into the 34.3. Now the carrying her around. This is a pretty good skate from Miro Konine. At the finish, he's going to just be over 4 minutes. Whew! 4:01.48 by 6.5 seconds. Miro Konine goes fastest. Myra Yash, 4:11.03. Not quite at her personal best time, but Miro Konine, a little bit of a statement there. Goes fastest with 2 pairs to go. All the eyes will be on Wright-Madillon and Buna, but Konine saying, "Don't forget about me." 1,500 and 5,000 meters to go tomorrow. But now look out. Ragnar Wiklund. And Francesca Lollobrigida.
Go to the start. Ready.
Wiklund is the current World Cup leader in the long distances. I don't think there's been a 5,000 meters yet on World Cup. Usually there's one per season. But so this is her time to make the move up the leaderboard. She got through the 500 meters, 9th place. Well, let's see now what she can do in her bread and butter event. One of them really, maybe her number one. Multiple World Cup gold medals in this distance, World Championship in this distance. Lollobrigida, not a bad skater to compare yourself against. Very even so far, both of them about 30.5 seconds, within a few hundredths of a second of each other. We'll get the lap board showing their times. Wiklund turns 25 in May. And the skater from Oslo. She skates as well as she can on home ice in Hamar. In a couple months' time, what an end of the season that will be, heading into the Olympic year. Identical lap times, 31:05 for these two skaters. So Lollobrigida up to the task so far, but I always wonder the pacing, what you have in reserve, and when your legs just run out. You know, in cycling they call it bonking, where there's just nothing left. Lollobrigida with the faster lap by almost half a second. We await the shift. Does it happen? Where is Wiklund in her training cycle? Is she trying to peak for Calgary and Milwaukee later this month? Is this a bridge to that? Skaters, they do these training blocks with their eyes on peaking for certain events. And so that is compared to Konine's overall time. Wiklund half a second to the good. Lollobrigida had the better 500 meters, and that affected the calculation. And it starts to set in, but they're side by side now. I think the momentum is tipping in favor of the woman from Oslo. Another 0.3 faster is Wiklund. Lollobrigida starting to feel it just a little bit more. And both hands behind the back still for Wiklund. Just so very smooth. At the bell, Wiklund now putting in her shift, 31.5 the lap time, 32.2 for Lollobrigida. It's going to be a nice jump up the leaderboard for Ragnar Wiklund. Almost seemingly gaining speed now into the final corner. Ragnar Wiklund looking like she will take the pair. A good skate for Francesca Lollobrigida. And it is just under 4 minutes, 3:59.43. And Lollobrigida just over 4 minutes. But Lollobrigida moves atop the overall leaderboard. Weekland into second place right now. With one pair still to go. And Brigida certainly likes that one. One more pair still to come. And it's a, to put it mildly, pretty good one. The defending champion. Joy Buna, Antoinette Wright Muddy
Go to the start.
This is to finish day one, potentially atop the leaderboard.
Ready.
We were first and second after the 500. Both of them have World Championship gold medals. You can just list the accomplishments, but suffice it to say, they are both very, very good at this distance. Wright Muddy Young used to hold the 3,000 meter world record. It is currently being held by Martina Sablikova, who, as I mentioned, is not here at Heerenveen this weekend. Through the early going, both of them in the low 30 seconds and almost stride for stride in unison. Wright Muddy Young, the defending champion. 2 years ago, she finished ahead of Ragnar Weekland. And her teammate as well. It wasn't Joy Buna, it is Marika Grunwald. Intimate venue in TL. If you're right there, thank you for the fans, both still in the green, both in the low 31s, low to mid 31s. That time, Buna knocked a few tenths of a second off Wright Muddy Young's time. Buna is second in the long distances standings right now. Side by side. Buna, a couple tenths of a second quicker. There is a 100th of a second between them, but it seems like Wright Muddy Young has hit the pacing. She seems to have it locked right now. She won the 5,000 meter World Championships in Calgary. So there also is the overall advantage over Lola Brigida with the calculating formula. Weekland, who might have some work to do at 500 meters, didn't do her any favors. But it is Joy Buna putting the shift on now with one to go. Slip behind Weekland's time. Both of them have now. But they are still both ahead of Lola Brigida in the overall. But what might this portend for particularly the 5,000 meters tomorrow. If Weekland can knock a bunch of seconds off, things could get quite interesting. It is Joy Buna who's going to take the pair. Where will she finish, however? She will go third, 4 minutes, 0.39. Right Madiang to fifth, 4:01.61. They do go first and second in the overall, but the gap is closing. Those two women closing up. Lola Brigida there, and before that, Weekland. And so, margins come down that little bit. Right Madiang leading the overall right now still. Ahead of Buna, and then Lola Brigida and Ragnar Weekland. And Meryl Konine is in fifth place. Not too far back. So, a lot to play for heading into tomorrow. Weekland taking the 3,000 meters, and with a 5,000 still to come, what is in the tank of all of these skaters? So victory. A look at the scoreboard and say, okay, that's what I got to do tomorrow. But still, the overall leader right now, Antoinette Wright-Madiang. So many different permutations that can happen. Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. 1,500 will certainly shake things up, and then the 5,000 will define what happens. The results. So just about a second over Lola Brigida and Buna, 2 seconds over Konine and Wright Madiang, and on down. And so then, based on the formula right now, here we have it. Wright Madiang 1.82 the advantage over Buna heading into the 1,500. You see 1,500 there. That's the first event up tomorrow. And Lola Brigida almost 3 seconds, and Weekland and Konine just a shade under 4. So, after all that, yeah, the ice has taken a little bit of a beating. One more ice resurfacing to come, back in just under 20 minutes, I believe, for the men's 5,000 meters.
al hier klaar, de dames, voor de ceremonie. We gaan snel beginnen.
Flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-round 3,000 meter women. In third place with a time of 4:00:39, representing the Netherlands, Joy Beunen. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, Director of Staatsloterij. And in second place with a time of 4:00:37, representing Italy, here she is, Francesca Lollobrigida. And then in first place and winner of this 3,000 meters with a time of 3:59:43, representing Norway, Ragne Wiklund. TL, give them one more big applause. Our top three of this 3,000 meters women. In third place, Joy Beunen. Second, Francesca Lollobrigida. And the winner, Ragne Wiklund.
in enkele afstanden. Hoe leuk is dat? We hebben ook hele mooie gesigneerde items van Kjeld en Antoine Rijkmarion. En niet vergeten, straks hebben we ook nog een keer een meet and greet met Kjeld. Sowieso natuurlijk in het Dive Experience Center bij de ingang. Maar je kunt ook een persoonlijke meet and greet met Kjeld winnen. Hoe leuk is dat? Dus ik zou zeggen, zorg ervoor dat je scant de QR-code, vul even wat gegevens in en namens Dive krijg je dan waanzinnige prijzen. Hopelijk. Nou, dat was het eventjes vanuit mij. Volgens mij mogen de lichtjes aan jullie kant langzaam weer uit. Dat wil zeggen dat de wedstrijd licht weer aangaat. En dat wil zeggen dat we ook richting onze wedstrijdspeakers gaan, want we gaan naar de volgende afstand. En dat is volgens mij het toetje van vandaag. En dat wordt een toetje van een knaller. We gaan terug naar de wedstrijdspeakers. Jan, Justin en Geert.
Ja, dankjewel Rutger. En natuurlijk alle prijswinnaars van harte gefeliciteerd. Je wint niet alleen op het ijs, je wint hier ook op de tribune. In het schaatshart van de wereld. We gaan ons opmaken voor de 5 kilometer met de mannen. De tweede afstand van het Allround kampioenschap.
Final event of day number 2, the men's 5,000 meters as part of the all-round competition. Here, you just saw the leaderboard after the 500 meters. Kim Min-suk, the Hungarian skater. Have a look at the pairs. Everybody made it through the 500 meters, and so 10 pairs in all. 20 skaters. Oh, I forgot. Poor Chris Heisinger. He was disqualified, so there are 19 skaters left. Here's pair number 1 anyway. Valentin Thibault.
Go to the start.
He was 5th after the 500 meters.
Ready.
And he is up against Prokop Stodela of Czech Republic, Czechia, however you're saying it these days, 22 years old. And Stodela, one of those skaters who really is living at the neo-seniors level. This is actually his senior debut. Not a bad place to make it. A place with, you could argue, the best fans in speed skating. But Stodel at the neo-seniors level does kind of a bit of everything. He's done some 3,000s, which of course, senior level, it's 5,000. He's done some 500s and 1,500s, so a bit of everything. And Thibault, who sitting in 5th after the 500 meters. He often is in the B division on World Cup. He's done exclusively 1000s and 1500s this season, so this is a bit of a horse of a different color. It's just a matter of finding a tempo, locking it in. little more wide open in the men's all-around this year. Defending champion Patrick Roost of the Netherlands is not here. So it'll be interesting to see who assumes the mantle. All-around a couple of years ago was Roost, Sander Eitrem, and Bart Swings. And the Dutch side have kind of held strong dominance over the European all-around championships. It's been a while since someone else has won it, let's just say that. And so is this the year that someone other than the red, white, and blue of the Netherlands stands atop the all-around championships of Europe? Sander Eitrem would be certainly the one to watch, but in this pair, meanwhile, coming up to 2,200 meters, Thibaut lapping 31.5, 32.4 for Stodela.
Voor de toppers niet in de rondetijden waar we naar kijken, maar voor deze jongen die gewoon een klas hebben van boven de 6,50 zijn 132. Gewoon heel goed.
Of course, the Czech program for so long, Martina Sablikova has been the standard bearer. They have that new hot shot. He's coming up and turning some few heads, setting some junior records. Metode Gilek. He isn't here this weekend, but he can throw down some times, certainly. Another one of those inliners turn speed skaters. At the second World Cup of the season in Beijing, his 5,000 meter time, national record, national junior record, world junior record. And at the first stop in Nagano, he set a national record in the 1500 and a national junior record. So the Czech program has a tendency to unearth some gems. And at the moment, it's Valentin Thibaut now dipping down to the 31 range. Stodela a 33.3. Still in front, still looking very composed. Keeping the legs turning over. 30.3, and so the lap time's ticking down for Thibaut as we near the end of his 5,000 meters. 33.5, the lap time for Stodela. He's about 10 seconds adrift of the man from France. .04 that lap time. Stodela down to a 34.4. Thibaut looking like he will set the fastest time. Well, obviously in the first pair. 31.3 the lap time, so very consistent from him. Just watching his personal best, 6:52.37. That's looking like it's in the realm of possibility for him. Stodela, his 5,000 is 6:54.84. That was set back in October in Inzo. And so Thibaut coming to take the first pair. And he goes 6:34.47. A fist pump from him because he just flattened his own personal best by about 18 seconds. Previous set in 2023, a 6:52. And Stodola, a 6:53.47. Also a new personal best. So a pair with 2 new PBs to brag about. Yeah, Thibaut looked very smooth. The lap times certainly were consistent. I wonder what else was in those legs. If there was anything else, you always have to wonder how did the pacing go? Was it enough, or did you leave something in the tank? Of course, with a 1500 tomorrow to worry about, maybe a good idea to leave a little bit in there. Mathieu Belloir, another Frenchman in there. Philippe Douay-Schmidt of Denmark in there, and there is Belloir.
Go to the start. Ready.
I said earlier that Belloir was from Rennes, which in error I said was Champagne country. That's on the other side of the country. That's Reims. Both words start with R-E, so can't blame me for that. Rennes is in the northwest. It is the capital of Brittany. And Belloir now lives in Saint-Malo, which is a little bit to the north, right on the English Channel. And his younger brother has also speed skated internationally. His mother, former inline skater. And what's interesting about Mathieu Belloir, he actually has hemophilia, which affects the body's ability to make blood clots. And so when younger, he competed with a special clothing in case he fell while racing. He had to convince a doctor to let him race. And it prevented him from racing a little bit because coaches and teachers were worried about what would happen if he got injured. And now he obviously is. And he thanks the coach for letting him really get involved in the sport. And he's also studied actually for a master's degree in sports training at the Grenoble Alpes University. That's in the southeast corner of the country, which will be probably visible quite a bit when France hosts the Olympics in 2030. So quite the interesting stories that we get to learn about for some of these skaters that you don't see often on World Cup. Philippe Douay-Schmidt, another one who has competed in inline, born and lives in Copenhagen. Brother also and father were skaters, got him into the sport, and Douay-Schmidt with a 30.9 lap time. He has about a second in the bank right now. Another story, scary story for Douay-Schmidt. 2023 World Championships at Thialf in Heerenveen. He was in a coma for 2 days after having an epileptic seizure. Left him unable to compete for 6 months. And it's sort of given him a new perspective on life. Back out skating. He has some broadcast work for Danish television in 2018 and 2022 Olympics. These stories that we get to read about are not just strong skaters on the ice, strong people off the ice as well. Anyway, it's Douay-Schmidt through 2,600 meters looking very, very smooth. 31.1, 31.08, so Belloir knocks a few hundredths of a second out of Douay-Schmidt's lead. He has 2 seconds in the bank into the second half of the race. We'll see if this is an inflection point where Belloir starts to lap faster, lap after lap. Fans, always nice to see the different countries. 31.4 for Schmidt, 31.2 for Bellois, knocking another couple tenths of a second off. Still has a ways to go, and nibbling off tenths and hundredths of a second might not be enough for Bellois to close the gap, but it is coming down, albeit slowly. So Schmidt has a 6:26.98 personal best in the 5,000 meters. He set it, if I read this correctly, in Calgary back in December of 2021. It either says 10th or 11th, so I don't know if he did the same time 2 days in a row. I find that not believable. Bellois, for his part, 6:32.22 or 6:32.75, set not that long ago in Inzel, where the French had their national championships. And now Douay Schmidt is seeping bigger chunks of time. 32.1, 31.3 to Bellois. And have the lights gone out for Philippe Douay Schmidt? He's just trying to hang on. He's got the inner lane right now. Bellois really with the bit between his teeth. He looks more comfortable of the two. His face is not giving away anything. And yeah, it's Bellois now into the high 30s. Douay Schmidt into the 32.4 range. Recovery will certainly be key for him, and it's Bellois going over the top into the inner lane. And so the man from Brittany in northwest France with the advantage right now at the bell. And he is at 6:03. And he is, it's hit or miss right now whether he sets a new personal best. Schmidt just trying to pump that arm, pick up the leg speed to salvage some measure of speed. And picking up the tempo. The legs are starting to fade. And it will be Bellois going 6:33.95 into the green just in the nick of time. And Schmidt a 6:38.50. 6:33.95, so just a little bit off of Bellois' personal best. And Schmidt went out, just could not hang on near the end.
It's now time for pair number 3.
In the third pair, Konstantin Gutze of Germany and Indra Medard from Belgium.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Gutze, he just turned 24 exactly a month ago, December 11th. He is from Dresden, now living and training out of Erfurt. If I'm not mistaken, Dresden has often hosted international short track events. Erfurt has one of the ovals in Germany. There are a few. Inzel, Berlin has them. And Indra Medard lives in Zandvoorde, Belgium. Another one of the skaters who began in roller speed skating. A master's degree actually in industrial engineering from University in Leuven. After the 500 meters. It was 7th. And Meda, very impressive 4th place, but you don't need a math degree to know that a 5,000 meter race is 10 times as long as the 500, so completely different skill set, a completely different way your body reacts to this race. Anaerobic versus aerobic. It's Medal right now, very much in the green by 1.5 seconds. Schmidt let the emotion get out after the race. Smile a bit right now. We'll see him in the 1500 tomorrow. It'll be, I think he's thinking about that 5,000 meters. Medar dipping now into the high 30s, gets a 31.45. So Medar banking some time right now. Medal personal best in the 5,000, 6:38.84 set last March in Inzel. And that was actually at the World All-Around. He came 21st in that distance. So far this season on World Cup, Medal has really just done one B division at 1,500 meters. That was in Beijing, finishing in 15th place, the 26-year-old. Götze, meanwhile, 24. His personal best, 6:28.41. He has done some B division World Cup events. The last season in Tomaszów Mazowiecki, 21st in the B division there. And it is still Medal off the front right now. Through 3,000 meters. Still has a couple seconds in the bank, 3.71. Another lap time in the 30s. And Götze, I think he's found his sweet spot there. 31, mid-31s for Konstantin Götze. So often these races you can't look to the skater next to you and might throw off the plan that you have drawn up. You're trying to chase and that goes beyond the range that you're aiming for. Adding to his lead. Well, he's not really loud. It's both hands on the back and he's found his rhythm. Find that tempo where you don't get too lactic in the legs and it's just not too slow where you think, I still had something left there, didn't I? 3 to go. Now into the 31s. Bit of a drop off there, but he's got 4 seconds in the bank. Gets that down to a 31.9. 2.25 seconds. With 2 to go, a 31.7 now for Medal. And the time coming back a little bit on him. Gets there with a 31.5. He's now lapping faster. He's back in that 31.5 range as he's done all day. Belgian program has Bart Swings already, but the depth is still to come, sort of like their short trackers where there's the Desmet family and then they're trying to develop that depth behind them. 32-2 for Midal. Now he's starting to bleed some time, trying to stay on his feet. A 31-4 for Gutsa. He really hit the time well this time. 31-4. He's been in that mid-31 range most of the race, trying to bring Indra Midal home. The time has dropped a little bit, but he is bringing it to the line. The legs are screaming now, and he goes 6:34.1, and he slipped to second. Oh my, a 32.4 on the last lap, and he's down by 15 hundredths of a second, but he is first overall now. 31.97 the last lap for Gutsa, a 6:38.92. So for so long, Midal had that time in the bank, but hey, at least he got a personal best out of it, 6:34.1. And that's not just a new personal best, that's smashing his previous. 6:38.84 was his previous one, so Indra Midal goes atop the overall standings with a new personal best in the 5,000 meters. And now here we are, the leader after the 500, Kim Min-suk, going with Bogdan Brauer of Germany.
Go to the start. Ready.
So this one will be interesting. Kim, his Olympic success has come in the 1500. He's in first after the 500. And so, how he performs here. I'm not sure when the last time he did a 5,000 meters was. He did one in Beijing, so it's not been that long. 28th in the B division in Beijing. His personal best in the 5,000 comes all the way back in 2017 when he threw down a 6:19.790. So he can do them. He was 8th in the, I'm looking at the 1,000, pardon me, in Nagano, 30th in the B division, so it's obviously not his forte. He does thousands, he does 1,500s a lot. This is a good test to see where he is after making the switch from the Korean program to the Hungarian one. Brower, meanwhile, skating mostly neo-seniors. This is actually, I believe, his senior debut. Brower in the green, 31.2 the lap time. Kim Min-suk a 31, and so this is a time where Kim Min-suk is just trying to bank some time before the legs really start to fade. We might expect to see him bursting back out in the 1,500 tomorrow. Let's see if that can't qualify him for the 10,000 meters. And hey, another 30.9 lap time. He's got 3 seconds advantage. Brower at a 31.8. Meters. It's still Kim, still lapping the 30.8s. He hasn't faced that steep drop-off yet. Brouwer into the 32s. Now, at what point do we start paying attention maybe to Kim Min-suk and seeing his challenges? Maybe something that's quite a bit more real. Really wasn't that long ago that he won bronze in the 1500 in Beijing. That was when he represented Korea. And oh dear. Nope, he just a shake of the head there. He has to call it quits. The young man, maybe a point to the thigh there. These are very, very tough events, so you feel for the young man. So now it is Kim Min-suk on his own, all the while going around. Yeah, he looks like he's grabbing his thigh there. He said there's a shake of it there. 31.3. He has 4 seconds advantage over the leading time. But it's second fastest at the moment. Remember, there was that pretty hefty fade at the end of Indra. So Mathieu Belloir still has the fastest time. Let's see here. He still has 4 seconds in the bank. Still going 31.4. Kim Min-suk still looking pretty sharp right now. So this is sort of at the point where Medard, the lap times really started to pile up. 2 to go. He's still 31.3. You still have to like his chances now. I know at this point Belloir was maybe in the high 30s, so he has almost 3.5 seconds in the bank to work with. So barring any catastrophic last lap, Kim Min-suk might be going atop the leaderboard, but this lap time will be telling. At the bell, he goes with a 31.5. Still not bad. He's not dipped into the 32s at all as Kim Min-suk. He has 2.5 seconds to work with. He also gets the crossover onto the inner lane. Nice rise from the crowd. Kim eyeing the top of the leaderboard in the distance and overall, at least for the moment. He won the 500 meters. Kim Min-suk, 6:32.62, and so he does hang on by 1.3 seconds. And so he goes first overall. And so trying to diagnose where in the leg he feels it. Bogdan Brouwer. Thigh, hamstring, either way, all very important parts of skating.
And this is pair number 5. In the inner lane, representing Germany, is 500 meters.
And the fifth pair. Lidjof Petzold of Germany and Christian Gamma Ulekleiv.
Go to the start. Ready.
The Norwegian Allround Championships this past year, or for 2025, were held at the end of December. They were held in Kristiansund, and that is where Mr. Ulekleiv won, but Sander Eitrem was not there. So Ulekleiv is the defending Norwegian all-around champion, and he's someone who's dabbled a little bit in everything. We've seen him in mass starts, we've seen him in some distance events as well on World Cup. He hasn't done a mass start this season though, instead focusing on the individual distances, the traditional distances. 9th in the 5,000 meters in the B division in Beijing. He was up in A in Nagano to start the year, finishing in 15th. Of course, the Norwegian distance program has a storied history. Ulekleiv was born in Hamar 2 years after Norway hosted the Olympics there. Or in Lillehammer, Hamar had the speed skating and took up the sport in 2009. Fridtjof Petzold, 27 years of age. Has done pretty much exclusively 5,000 meters in international competitions. Best result last season, was a B division second place in Quebec City. So far this season, both B divisions, Beijing and Nagano, 13th and 10th respectively. Both of them in the 30s right now. Just a couple tenths of a second off the pace. Of course, if they keep it consistent and stay in the 30 seconds, they would, doing the math, likely be up in the lead as Kim drifted into the 31 range for the last number of laps. That's a long way to go. Lots of fatigue to come in the legs, and Ulekleiv dips into the green for the first time. They are still in the 30-second range. Petzold's 5,000 meter personal best, 6:19.69, set back in February of last year. Ulekleiv's of 6:18.61 was done in November of 2022 at Tialf, so he has put up his best ever 5,000 meter time there. Both of them now in the green as both of them remain in the 30.5 second range. They are preventing that lead off of time. Ulekleiv getting a good draft down that back stretch before tucking into the inner lane. Chance to save every little bit of energy that you can, and you'll take that slipstream if it's presented to you. Almost identical times right now. Now Ulekleiv a 30.3, a 30.7 for Petzold. Both of them in the green for the moment. I think he's liking what he's seeing so far. This Norwegian side still has Petter Kongshaug and Sander Eitrem still to go. And a 30.2, Ulekleiv getting faster as things go. So is Petzold, 30.4. They're almost feeding off each other. Still Ulekleiv in front, but Petzold has someone to chase. And with 3 to go, Ulick Live, another 30.2, a 31.6 for Petzold. So compared to all the other skaters so far, these times have been some of the best that we've seen. They have been the best that we've seen at this stage of the race in particular. And are they going to do another one in the 30? Both still looking very smooth. 30.1, 29.89. Petzold dipping under 30 seconds. How much more can they continue this for? Not sure if there's a little bit of a crossover issue there. Petzold getting into the other lane. Ulick Live, 1 to go. He goes with a 29.64 and Petzold to a 30.4. And so Ulick Live has almost 7 seconds to work with. And he is now pushing on the final lap, rapidly increasing that turnover. As he enters the corner, trying to build up just that little bit more speed. Down the final stretch, Christian Gamma Ulick Live will go fastest. It's a matter of what he will do. 6:22.36, nearly 10 seconds to the good. However, still just second in the classification overall right now, behind Kim Min-suk. So they take that time, that 5,000 meter time, and divide it essentially by 10. So he has a total right now, Ulick Live, of 75.32. So he's 1.3 seconds behind Kim Min-suk, but look at the distances still to come. Kim might bounce back in the 1500, but you would have to like Ulick Live's chances in the 10,000 meters. Good time also for Petzold, 6:25.54. He was 18th after the 5,000 meters. So having done all these 5,000 meters, that was really his event, but we'll see how he does in a 10K. Looks like we are getting a final quick resurfacing break. There are the results right now, the standings right now. Ulick Live, Petzold, and Kim. Ulick Live, who was 8th compared to Kim, who was 1st after the 500 meters. He has really closed the gap in the overall standings. Because like I said, compare it to the 500 meter times, so they take the 5,000, essentially dividing it by 10 to get the standings. So, as they do one final flood, we'll take one final break before the final 5 pairs in the men's 5,000 meters. 5 pairs still to go. There are the current overall standings. Kinman Suk. The gap has closed between him and Christian Gamme Ulekleiv of Norway. These still 5 pairs still to go. Bring some pretty heavy hitters in distance skating. Start off Andrea Giovannini, one of the better mass start skaters you'll see in the world. He is in Azuri blue on the outer side. Vladimir Semiruni of Poland on the inner. Giovannini being introduced.
Go to the start. Ready.
Giovannini also regularly skating in team pursuit. Last season in mass start, a couple of gold medals in Poland and in Beijing. That was last season. This season in mass start, he has a pair of 4th place finishes in Nagano and in Beijing. He was also 4th at the World Single Distances in Calgary. So I'm sure he says, so long as I'm 4th now, but next year in Milan, standing atop the podium. He turned 31 in August. He's another one of those skaters from Trento in northern Italy. Lives in Baselga di Pine, which is home of an outdoor oval. It was actually potentially going to be hosting, if I'm not mistaken, the speed skating in Milan at the Olympics next year, but the price to put a roof and over the facility is just a bit too much, and so that's when they opted for the venue in Milan itself. So Giovannini, individually this season, in the individual traditional distances, he's done a couple of 5,000 meters, 9th in the B division in Nagano, 3rd in the B division in Beijing. And Semiruni really has not done a lot of skating since the World Juniors a couple of seasons ago. So interesting to see how he does. And watching Giovannini, he's taking up so much of the lane, just long strides, side to side. Both of the skaters in the very low 30-second range right now. Live paying token attention as he gets set to go to recovery. Really, just almost taking up the whole lane. Both the skaters now into the high 29s with 8 laps to go. Just a couple hundredths of a second separating them. Now, just taking a look at things, I mean, at this pace, Semiruni will hammer his personal best, which is listed at 6:36.84. That was set back in Kolomna, Russia, back in October of 2020. I'm going to see if I can find anything more recent than that. He is skating very smoothly right now. Vladimir Semiruni. Not much. Anyway, looking very good right now is the 22-year-old skater. In the second half, both of them, just a few hundredths of a second separating them. Low 30-second range. top of the leaderboard. Just checking where they were after the 500 meters. Semi Rooney was 10th, 37.27. Giovannini 13th, 37.43. So not much separating them in the 500 either, but Semi Rooney right now 30.18 with 5 to go. Happening very, very well. Uleclive did tick faster, I remember. He got into the 29 range. At what point does the wall just appear in front of them? 4 to go. 30.13, 35.4 for Giovannini. Both of them over 4 seconds. Semi Rooney closer to 5 seconds to work with. Just watching those speeds now. Giovannini is in the ballpark. I thought I saw him ahead for a little bit. Of course, different parts of the track. 30.3, a 30.6 for Giovannini. So the advantage inching down just a little bit over Christian Uleclive's time. Yeah, as I mentioned, he kept getting faster, but they're just losing little bits of time right now. Two to go. And another one in the high 30-second range. So it's a bit of a slip in time. Giovannini now lapping faster. And let's see if he gets a bit of the bit between the teeth right now. He does get to dip into the inner lane. Giovannini going to make this one interesting, I think. And he will, in fact, take the lead. His personal best is a 6:08, so I don't think he's going to get there. 31.7, that's a big drop in time. Vladimir Semi Rooney on fumes right now. Andrea Giovannini still in the 30.2s. He has timed his race very, very well. At 31 years of age, you do start to figure out how to time a race perfectly. And Andrea Giovannini eyeing the top of the leaderboard. Could it go fastest in the overall, or is he just going to close the gap? 6:21.55, 6:24.16, and so all the gains that were made, Vladimir Semi Rooney undone in the end, but they do go third and fourth in the overall right now. But the music still plays, and yeah, Vladimir Semi Rooney just knocked 8 seconds, more than 8 seconds out of his personal best. No, it is 12 seconds. Good for him. So even though he faded, he had banked so much time that he has a new 5,000 meter personal best for the young man. Seventh pair. Daniele Di Stefano, another mass start specialist, you could say. Here comes out of Norway.
Go to the start. Ready.
So all of Daniele Di Stefano's international medals have come via the mass start, including a pair of them this season rather. Silver in Nagano, bronze in Beijing, and so that Italian mass start side has two real weapons to use, and there was one time on World Cup last season that they both finished on the podium. What a moment that would be in a race like mass start, to see both Daniele Di Stefano and Andrea Giovannini in the mix. in the overall mass start standings. Daniele Di Stefano is second overall behind Bart Koolwerf of the Netherlands, and Bart Swings is in third. Timothy Lubino and Andrea Giovannini rounded out in fourth and fifth. So it's not often we really see a lot of these guys in the more traditional distances, because individually Daniele Di Stefano goes in the B division on World Cup. And as I've said before and will say again, we only get the A division broadcast, so nice to see these guys mixing it up in different events. So low 30-second range is kind of what we've seen at least until late. Tim Prinz enjoying his moment with some friends now that he's done skating. And Kongshaug 29.61, and so he's on a bit of a flyer early on. Kongshaug, his season's best in the 5,000 is 6:27.0. He did that in Beijing, where he came 12th in the 5,000 meters. He's looking pretty good right now, 29.48. Banking some good time. He turns 24 in August, so a long way ahead for that young man. A former World Junior 1,000 meter champion. He also has a bronze in the World Single Distances. That was in Calgary at the end of last season. Gold medal in the 1500 last year at these European Championships, but they were single distance championships then. And then, of course, Peter Kongshaug, gold medal in team pursuit in Beijing. And so, young man, but an ever-growing list of palmares. And so, you might think that the 1500 is maybe his preferred event, but I think that's why he's banking his time right now, anticipating perhaps a fade, a dip in speed near the end. So through 3,000 meters, another 29.5. He has 4.5 seconds to work with. Di Stefano, 30.5 that lap time. So it's not like he's going terribly slowly. It's that Peter Kongshaug decided to burn up the track for the first while and see how well he can hold on. His teammate Sander Eitrem goes in the 9th pair. Sixth that lap time for Daniele Di Stefano. At what point does this lap time start to feel really real? The fans are certainly appreciating, they're sensing that he's doing a stormer. 3 to go. Another one, 29.48. He now has more than 6.5 seconds to work with. Certainly, the coaching staff like what they see. Let's just see. His personal best is a 6:13.51. Not sure that is achievable, but with 2 laps to go, does he have another 29? Yes, he does. 29.54. He is hitting these lap times bang on. Peter Kongshaug with 2 to go. Little bits of form break maybe. A little bit of movement from the upper body, but he is still flying. Di Stefano into the 31.2 range. Oh, now there's pain. With the silent screams. 29.67. He's not showing it. 8.1 seconds to work with on the final lap. Thumbs up. Just do what you're doing to finish it off. Peter Kongshaug on pace to move atop the leaderboard. In the distance and perhaps the overall. Here comes Kongshaug. He goes 6:13.05. Finishing under 30 seconds on that lap time. And yeah, he did in the end break his personal best. By nearly half a second. Di Stefano also did by about 0.2 of a second. So fast race, and Peter Kongshaug has entered the chat. And so, yeah, I'll say new leader overall as well. He was second after the 500 meters, and he has the time to beat now. Peter Kongshaug. Wants the celebration from the coach on the middle. Just a simple fist pump, but yeah. New personal best for him. It had previously been in place since November of 2022. And he did it at Thielf in Heerenveen. And so Chris Huizinga
ready.
So Huizinga DQ'd from the 500 meters. But that doesn't mean he's not going to stop skating. He's back out here. He wants to put in a good performance, put in a good time, all building, of course, towards World Cups and World Championships. 4 more World Cups still to go. And then the World Championships in Hamar in Norway in this ultra-competitive Dutch program. Ultra-competitive Dutch program, excuse me. Out to prove something here. Rising up 4th in the 5,000 meters in Beijing. And so, yeah, in Beijing, the World Cup, not the Olympics. So he, this is an event where he could be in a favorite to take the distance anyway. Let's just see those lap times. A low 29 early on, and I almost forgot that Bart Swings is in this event too, and he himself is no slouch. He, of course, finished in bronze in the Allrounds 2 years ago. I remember the last time this format was held. That was in Hamar that time around, but of course Bart Swings, an icon of inline skating and one of the best mass start skaters to ever do it. Gold medalist from Beijing. And he does mix it up quite nicely sometimes in these distance events, but right now, Huizinga. Still hurts. 29.47. Swings his best result in the 5,000 meters this season is a 5th. He did that in Nagano to open the season. 8th in the 5,000 meters at World Championships. So he can mix it up in the last start. He also doesn't shy away from a fight in these traditional events as well. Right now, Chris Huizinga. 6 to go, 29.36. Pace. It's just a matter of a few tenths of a second right now. Huizinga is from Groningen. I'm trying to work on that Dutch accent. It's not very good, and I apologize. 29.48. 8/10 of a second. Considering what's left, that's not a ton of time. It's not like he's banked a lot of time and he's hanging on. He has to stay consistent. But he is someone who is very good at what he does. As I mentioned earlier, no Patrick Rust. So the door opens up a little bit. Now he's adding a bit of time. Now he's into the high 28s. Long strides. Not trying to fight it, not trying to catch up to where he wants to be. Huizinga DQ'd from the 500 meters, but he's back here and he wants to leave something in the minds of not only the fans, his competitors, and also himself. At 28.5, he is getting faster now. I think he's doing okay. That code was a little tough to decipher. I think that's what the thumbs up means. Some Dutch teammates, there's Jenning de Boer watching. 2 to go. 28.78. This is a real clinic. I think there might be some relief. This won't challenge the overall standings. Pat Petter Komsau seeing his time perhaps slip away. And he's just going under 50 kilometers an hour. 1 to go, 29.3 now. He has 3.5 seconds to work with. Chris Huizinga. A little bit of fatigue perhaps setting in there. Quite as smooth as it was. Swings a 30.7. He's sitting with the third fastest time, but we can't see him. That's just a testament to how good this race has gone. Chris Huizinga puts the 500 meters behind him. A 6:09.47. Did I just hear the music? Let me double check. Not quite the personal best, I don't think. Yeah, not quite, but still a very, very good time. Chris Huizinga. For him. Come at the hour. Come at the pair. Bo Snelling. And the Sonder Eitrim.
Go to the start. Ready.
Eitrim. Second in the long distances World Cup standings right now. Third in the 1,500 meter standings. And so they're looking for someone to wear a different color in orange atop the all-around standings tomorrow. This is a man who certainly is up to the task so far this season. For Eitrem, a bronze in the 5,000. In Nagano, ironically enough, behind the man next to him, Bo Snelling. Davide Giotto won that 5,000 meters. And then in Beijing the following weekend, Eitrem turned the tables on everybody and beat Giotto and Snelling in that order. So it's just this cadre of top distance skaters, and we have two of them in the same pair right now. And at the moment, it's Eitrem with a low 28. Of course, still 10 laps to go. He is banking some time early. Snelling didn't really do much of the 2023-2024 season. A couple of B division races in Quebec City. But he's really come back this year with that silver and bronze in the 5,000 in the two stops over in Asia. Snelling lapping low 23s, both of them in the green right now. Taking a look at how their 500s might have factored in. Eitrem finished 6th with a 36.79. Snelling 14th with a 37.67. So advantage to Eitrem right now. And Giotto, who's still to come, he was 17th in the 500. So already looking at the record boards. Let's just see here. That I can look at. Just note the track record. Patrick Roost, 6:04.36. The current leading time, 6:09.48. Could this be? Still a long way to go, so the voice won't rise just yet. But imagine a track record in Tialf. Such a historic venue. Of course, the fans would love to see that man come back. But into the second half of the race, Peter Kongzau, 29.10 as he slips in, and Snelling, high 28s. So Eitrem did not do the Norwegian All-Around Championships. This is one of the events he wanted to peak for. He's on right now, 29.25, 28.87. Bo Snelling starting to come back. Just the interesting different tactics. Eitrem, go out quickly. Snelling, ease into it almost. But is it just too much time to pull back? Coming up to 4 to go. Another 29.22. A 28.91 for Snelling. So he's taking a couple tenths a lap. It's a thumbs up from the Norwegian coaches. So Snelling has the wind in his sails now. He is the faster of the two skaters, but Kongzau, he might have found another little groove here in the 29 range. This will be telling. 29.39. Snelling, 29.15 as he dips into the 29. Still pulling out little bits of time. At this rate, it's not enough. But let's see what Peter Kongzau can do. Patrick Roost has the current track record set back in November of 2022. 6:04.36. Sander Eitrem he's close. It might be just outside the range for the moment. Eitrem and Snelling almost lapping identically now. This is Eitrem's race to lose. One pair still to come. And it's another pair of heavy hitters. But Sander Eitrem. This another great moment in Norwegian Dutch skating, or Norwegian distance skating rather. 5:36.43. 1 to go. It's a little too early to start celebrating, but the coach isn't the one skating it. Here we go. Eitrem into the inside lane. Into the final 100 meters. Sander Eitrem looking to go to as close as he can to the top of the leaderboard. The track record goes by. Eitrem, though, 6:06.20. Snelling, 6:08.91. First and second in the distance. Second and third overall right now. But I think the fifth pump from Sander Eitrem says, I am exactly where I want to be. Doesn't have to worry about a 500 anymore. He just has a 1,500 and a 10,000 meters. 2 events. And he knows how to do. And he is sitting in second place right now in the overall, behind his own teammate, Peter Konsau. For a few moments there, track record beckoned. But, and if there is a man who could do it in this next pair, it is Davide Giotto. Hospitable roar for the 10,000 meter world champion, 5,000 meter world silver medalist, Marcel Bosker. The Netherlands up against him.
Go to the start. Ready.
Bosker. Maybe if the fans are watching, but all eyes will be on blue, really. Giotto. What a story he could be. Look, going into an Olympics, and we can start thinking about that just over a year away. And start looking at what might the good storylines be. And for the home fans, this man, absolute distance skating maestro, Davide Giotto. He did not have a great 500 meters, but don't expect distance skaters to really do much in the sprint events. And so early on, I'll point to it, 28.76. Up that pace, of course, we would start to look at great things. He, at the Italian National Championships right after Christmas, they held it in Colalbo in Italy. Giotto threw down a new track record in the 10,000 meters. He won by more than 30 seconds over Michele Malfatti. His 5,000 meter time is 6:24.89, but his season best was again at that same race in Inzel where he officially, question mark, set the 10,000 meter world record. Anyway, his 5,000 meter time in that weekend was a 6:10.82. We have already seen Sander Eitrem goes 6:06.20. So is this a time where Davide Giotto wants to peak? could he be maybe eyeing a track record? It's not looking like it early on. He's already in the 29s. But given how he knows how to pace a 10,000 meter race, when does that shift come? When does that other gear come? Is this all part of the plan for Davide Giotto? Another 29.18. I think that one was down to the 100th of a second. Bosker, 29.95, so he's dipping close to the 30-second range. So, big, tall skater. Almost 2 meters tall. A race like this where you get those long tempo strides, that certainly is to his benefit. I'm confident perhaps in what he's done. He's leading by a few seconds at the moment. We'll see if there's a second half shift coming up for Giotto. 3,000 meters. He is coming down. 29.05. Is it too little too late? Is he just warming up for his 10,000 meters tomorrow? Oscar with a 29.81, so he's hanging on, not quite dipping into the 30s just yet. Giotto, both arms on the back. Rhythmic strides. 29.24. Thought I might have seen him picking up the stride tempo a little bit heading into that corner, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that may be a sign you're trying to salvage some speed, but it might have also just been seeing his normal stride anyway, just thinking there's an acceleration a little bit. Snelling? Not even really taking a look. 29.07. So 3 laps to go. He's closing it, but it's just not closing fast enough. And so Giotto currently sitting in 3rd. Behind Eitrem and Snelling. Final pair of the day. What kind of lap is he doing now with 800 meters to go? 2 laps to go, a 29.38. He has it down to 3.5 seconds. He's going to leave this all for an absolutely jaw-dropping 10,000 meters tomorrow. At the bell, his last split 29.59, so it's hovered at a 3.43, and he's actually slipped to the 4th fastest time. Oscar, good work for him, consistency, 29.5. He's been hovering around there for a while now. So let's see how we can set up day number 2 in the European All-Around Speed Skating Championships. Giotto 6:09.56. So he jumps up to 6th overall. Bosker then takes his place in 6th and relegates Giotto to 7th. But considering Giotto was in 17th after the 500 meters, he is closing things up just a little bit. And so the top 3. Sander Eitrem, 6:06.20. Bo Snelling, 6:08.91. And Chris Huizinga, 6:09.48. Standings for the 10,000 meters, and after day 1 it is Norway 1 and 2. Peter Kongshaug leading the way, Sander Eitrem in 2nd, and Bo Snelling of the Netherlands sitting in 3rd place. But the margins are, well, 1st and 2nd is half a second. And then you're sort of in the 4 or 5 second range. And all that can turn over very quickly in a 1500 meter and a 10,000 meters. Giotto, 6 seconds back in the calculation format. Taking that time and dividing it by 10. And the results, Itrim wins this discipline, the 5,000 meters. Snelling in second. Housinga in third. Shame for Chris Housinga after being disqualified for 2 false starts in the 500 meters. But certainly salvages a whole lot of pride and then some in the 5K. All the way down. And we hope for the best for Bogdan Brouwer. That looked like a thigh injury. It's not too bad. The current standings in the overall. It's a matter of a half a second between the first two. And when you have a 1,500 and a 10,000 to go, that's literally nothing. And then pretty close still on down. Kim Min Suk in fifth. Hungarian. Oscar and Giotto certainly ones to watch. Maybe Bart Swings, Christian Dulick live, and never count out Andrea Giovannini as well. So they're going to do some final podium flower presentations, and then I'll have a quick goodbye after that.
flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-around 5,000 meters men. In third place, with a time of 6:09:48, representing the Netherlands, TL laat je horen voor Chris Huizinga. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Michael Kasteleins, the director of Staatsloterij. And in second place, in a new personal best of 6:08:91, representing the Netherlands, here is Bo Snelling. And then in first place and winner in a personal best and a championship record of 6:06:20, representing Norway, Heia Norge, Sander Eikrem! And give them one more big applause. Our top three of this 5,000 meter men. Third place, Chris Huizinga. Second, Bo Snelling. And winner, Sander Eikrem.
Look back at that 5,000 meters and more podium presentations for the women's sprint winners. We got some medals now.
Prize-giving ceremony for the ISU European Speed Skating Championships Sprint Women 2025. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, with a total points of 151.135, representing the Netherlands, Susanne Schulting. The medal will be presented by ISU representative Mr. Troon Espeli. The flowers will be presented by Mr. Herman de Haan, President of the Dutch Royal Skating Federation. In second place, winner of the silver medal with a points total of 150-100, representing the Netherlands, Femke Kol. And now tee off. In first place, winner of the gold medal and sprint European champion, with a points total of 150.060, representing the Netherlands, Leerdam. And now the victory laurel wreath will be presented by Chief Referee Marta Witkowska. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if possible, please rise for the raising of the flag and the national anthem of the Netherlands. Ja, wat een fantastisch plaatje met Suzanne Schulting, Femke Kok en Jutta Leerdam. Zometeen natuurlijk ook nog de mannen. Ook daar een clean sweep voor Team NL, dus blijf er lekker bij, want we zijn zo bij je terug.
Vooral als je echt moe bent in die laatste bocht, dan schreeuwen ze je er echt doorheen. Dus ik ben ze allemaal heel dankbaar.
Nu heb ik natuurlijk eigenlijk al een beetje gezegd, maar zou je ook nog echt iets speciaals tegen het publiek willen zeggen?
Ja, nou ja, in ieder geval dankjewel altijd voor alle support. Niet alleen voor mij, maar voor alle andere schaatsers. Iedereen vindt dat het super magisch om hier te rijden. Het is gewoon een heel bijzonder gevoel, dus dankjewel.
Dian, dankjewel! Jutta!
prize-giving ceremony, the ISU World Sprint Speed Skating Championships Men. In third place, winner of the bronze medal with a points total of 137.845, representing the Netherlands, Tim Prins. And the medals again will be presented by ISU representative Mr. Tron Espeli. The flowers again are presented by Mr. Herman de Haan, President of the Dutch National Skating Federation. In second place, winner of the silver medal with a points total of 137.525, representing the Netherlands, Marijn Scheepbergen. The gold medal, new sprint European champion, with a points total of 136.70, representing the Netherlands, Jenning de Roo. Now, the victory laurel wreath will be presented by our chief referee of the men's tournament, Mr. Daniel Kabelduk. Top three of the ISU European Speed Skating Championships. Tim Prins, Marijn Scheepbergen en Jenning de Roo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if possible, please rise for the raising of the flag and the national anthem of the Netherlands.
6 medals given out today in Heerenveen. All of them going to the Netherlands. Dutch sprint dominance at the 2025 ISU European Sprint Speed Skating Championships. Tomorrow, we finish off things for the all-round competition, where it's looking like a little bit more diverse, possibly atop the podium. At least on the men's side, 2 Norwegians atop the standings, and on the women's side, 2 Dutch skaters atop the standings for the moment. A whole lot of movement is expected, a whole lot more action to come. It's all going to be a very exciting conclusion to the 2025 ISU European Speed Skating Championships. I'm excited to get to call tomorrow's end of... where am I going? Tomorrow's concluding action. My name is Gavin Day. Wherever you may be in the world, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Ja, back in the row, back on the podium. Kijk even, 6 keer Team NL op het podium, speciaal voor jullie tee-off. We gaan ze nog één keer met z'n allen op het podium zitten. De top 3 bij de vrouwen, de top 3 bij de mannen. Hier zijn voor jullie Suzanne Schulting en Tim Prins, Femke Kok en Marijn Schepenkamp. En de Europese sprintkampioenen Jutta Leerdam en Jenny de Mol.
Baby, give me everything, everything. You are all I need. Baby, give me everything. Love of my life.